I see that we have quorum and our members are here. I want to recognize that we're on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And we've had a request to begin our meeting with a smudge. I think that we are the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. We respect culture. And I think it would be appropriate, unless I hear objections, we would ask that the smudge be, like MP Ouellette says, light. So, because the fire alarms will kick off. So, oh, and maybe the sprinklers, says that. We would be happy to respect that tradition. Please speak. Do you want us to stand?
It's entirely up to you.
All right.
This is the year 2019. My wish for you is by the end of the year that you have an actual smudge policy that respects Indigenous people coming into this space. Have my voice heard is one thing, but to have my voice honored is another. Frivolous words don't mean nothing unless acts start taking place. If you don't mind, I'm just going to light that smudge. I'm going to walk around once. While I'm walking around, if what you can do is list 4 things you're grateful for, you will then help with the prayer. Please, thank you. Because in some cases, we ask for the fire thing to be, everything to be shut so that we're not causing. Because this stuff is not here to cause havoc. It's here to clean the air, to clean the space. If you don't mind me, I'm just going to talk out loud while I walk around. That's our grandmothers to look kindly on us today. We're but human beings here in this room, trying to do our best, not just for us, but for a population and a new generation that has yet to come. I ask us to open our minds, cleanse our minds, to start looking at things in a good way. And you have to remember why you have eyes, to look at things twice. You also have to remember why you have ears, to listen twice. And we have one mouth. And there's a harsh reality here. Our voice is very important, and to use it in an appropriate way. If I feel like crying later, I will cry. Because you don't realize how hurtful and how much strength we have to put together just to come to these places that still don't see us. So thank you for honoring us today. We honor you.
I'm good.
Yep. It will go out at some point.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Customary, and it's a good time to reflect on how we are dealing with one of the most important issues facing Canada today. And as a person from the Prairies, Treaty 1 territory, homeland of the Métis, and a resident of Winnipeg, we see the system of child and family has really destroyed families, hurt individuals, and we don't see a positive way forward. So we look forward to your comments, and we allow you, I'll keep track of time, 10 minutes to make your presentation. We have 3 groups, so you will do 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes each if you don't need it. It'll allow more time for interaction from the MPs. The first is an individual, Andre Schmutton. Andre, welcome. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I've put together a bit of a PowerPoint for you as well, just pictures, no text or anything. And I'm presenting as an individual because my family has a bit of a story that relates directly to some of the subject matter of Bill C-92, which you're studying here. And the story starts, it's a story of this little girl here. I'll just refer to her first initial, J, to protect her privacy. Jay's story starts about 25 years ago when her mom was born in Gatineau and then brought into the child welfare system in Gatineau soon after. Jay's mom was in foster care for a while, and then there was a grandmother type of person, so it wasn't a biological relation, but a very close relationship, who lived on the Ottawa side of the river. And that grandmother wanted to take Jay's mom into her care permanently in order to raise her in a stable, loving environment. But because of the jurisdictional issue between the fact that Jay's mom was actually in care on the Gatineau side and this grandmother type was on the Ottawa side, they weren't able to sort that out. And certainly the grandmother did not have the financial resources to challenge anything in court or anything like that. And so Jay's mom ended up being kicked around from foster home to foster home, eventually aged out of the system. A few years later, she met a young man from the Peguis First Nation up north of Winnipeg. She met him here in Ottawa, and they had a child, which is the little girl you see in front of you. We knew Jay's mom because Jay's mom was living on the streets when she was pregnant. And a priest found her there and sought to find her shelter and then also mentorship from some other ladies, including my wife. So my wife met her, did her maternity shoot for her, pregnancy photo shoot for her, took her shopping a few times, got her into a home where she could have care and help. And eventually Jay was born. Jay lived with her mom for about 8 to 9 months. And then there was an incident which required the CAS in Ottawa to take Jay into care. At that time, Jay's mom was completely traumatized by that because she herself had lived through foster care. She knew some of the harms that are in foster care. She had experienced many herself, and so she was completely distraught that Jay was in an anonymous home somewhere within the system here in Ottawa. And so we showed up just to be a moral support for her at her first court appearance. And at that court appearance, we said, well, would you like us to take Jay into our home? Would that be any help to you? And her face lit right up. She said, you would do that? And we said, sure, we'd be happy to try to do that. It'd be a temporary thing because the goal, of course, with foster care is to reunite child with parent. And so after a long approval process, eventually Jay was approved to come into our home. Unfortunately, we lived on the Gatineau side and Jay was in care on the Ottawa side. So again, we have this jurisdictional issue. And so we could not be approved as a foster family for Jay. So we made an arrangement where it was by consent. We did not receive any funding or assistance or subsidies or any sort of help from the Ottawa CAS. That was okay. We were happy to help out. But after quite a long time, it became clear that Jay's mom could not have her back. And so the next step, of course, was to decide whether or not Jay should find a place that's permanent for her, a stable place. So we were willing to do that, though that, of course, our hope and desire was for Jay to be reunited with her mother. That did not happen. So we spent a lot of time with Jay. We've got to know her and love her as our own child. It was not always sunshine as it is in this picture. In fact, Jay was up usually 2 to 3, sometimes 4 times a night, which made a very exhausted person such as myself in some of those mornings. This to give you a sense of how far we're talking. The Peguis First Nation is about 2 hours drive north of Winnipeg. We're talking a 25-hour car drive from us here in Ottawa. Now, the cool thing for us as a non-First Nations family is that we've begun to learn so much about First Nations culture here in Canada. We've been able to participate in some powwows, including the really big one here in June in Ottawa. We've been able to participate in blanket exercises to learn with new eyes the legacy of the residential schools, and that's been quite remarkable for us. Jay, as not only is she a treasure in herself, but she also offers so much to a family such as ours. Pictured here is her with my father, so on the left, and then on the right is with my grandparents. So my grandfather actually just passed away 5 weeks ago, and here she's hugging my grandmother. This is a woman who grew up in Nazi-occupied Netherlands during World War II. Came over here to Canada soon after, lived a long, difficult, but fulfilling life, and now has advanced dementia. But here you can see Jay is is full of love for other people, including people with extreme challenges. So Jay is integrated into our family quite well, and that is going well. She loves her brother, our son. They get along quite well. They love each other so much, and we love her. And all of this comes down to the point of this bill and where we think we see problems, or at least a gap in the bill. There's some wonderful language in this bill, and I'm happy for it. One of the things that's very encouraging is there repeatedly in different parts of the bill, there's reference to the best interests of the child. I think that's very important, and we need to make sure that the rest of the bill doesn't undermine that in any way. Which raises the two issues that I see from my lived experience and Jay's lived experience, and I raise two concerns for your consideration, two gaps I think I see in the legislation. The first is that it creates a bit of a jurisdictional nightmare. Having experienced over the last 18 months the headache and the tumult that just dealing with two jurisdictions, Ontario and Quebec, has had on our family and on Jay, and the intergenerational problems that created for Jay's mother and grandmother figure, where Jay's mom ended up being kicked around foster care because of this jurisdictional issue. Then when I look at Section 20 sub 1 and Section 18 sub 1, then I have big questions. In fact, if I look at Section 20 sub 1, in our situation, if this were in place today, we could be dealing with up to 5 different jurisdictions in order to sort out how Jay should be helped. So that would be, in our case, Manitoba, because the Peguis First Nation is in Manitoba. It'd be the Peguis First Nation. It'd be Ontario, because Jay's mom is from Ontario. It'd be Quebec, because that's originally where we lived. And then it'd be the federal government as well, because we're dealing with First Nations issues that require the input of the minister. So that, it's been nothing but crazy. We've had to move from the Quebec side onto the Ontario side temporarily in order for all of this to wrap up, this file to wrap up, 18 months in the process. I can't imagine what this would be like if we had to deal with 5 jurisdictions. The other question, of course, with Section 18 sub 1 is, what about jurisdiction over non-First Nation parents, where the parent, one parent is not First Nations and the other parent is First Nations? How do we deal with that? And that ties directly with my second concern about the bill. And it seems to me that there's a gap, a big gap in the bill, and that is that I could be wrong about this, but my impression reading through this bill a couple times now is that there's an assumption that when we're dealing with First Nations children, that the parents of the child will both be First Nations. And I'm wondering how do we use Bill C-92 if it's passed into law? How do we deal with a parent where, in Jay's situation, her father is First Nations, but her father wasn't really part of the picture because her mom, who is not First Nation, she's French Canadian, her mom was the one who was the primary caregiver. How do we deal with that situation? I'm seeing a pretty major gap there. And then when we tie that in with parents' interests, and again, that's dealt with in this bill, where it says the parent should be able to have a say in how their child is taken care of. Which parent? Does one trump the other? Does it matter if one is First Nations but not the primary caregiver and the other one isn't First Nations but is? How does that work in the order of priority, for example, in Section 16 sub 1? How do we wrestle with these questions? Then it would end in the last 30 seconds that I have, I'd end just with this, that the best interest of the child does require stability, and there is a reference in the bill to stability being so important. And our hope and prayer is that that's something that we've provided for Jasmine, for Jay, that she has a stable home where her new dad and her new mom not only love each other, but love her and put her interests first and primarily. And I hope that pays dividends for her as she grows and develops. Thank you so much. Miigwech.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to the Anishinaabe Nation, Mary O'Donnell and Adrienne Pelletier. Thank you very much, and you can begin and share any way you want.
Bonjour. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with the Anishinaabe Nation's preamble to our Chinooks Nagawin, our Constitution for the Anishinaabe Nation. It's called Godwe Wangzit Anishinaabe. We are one Anishinaabe family. It's on the Anishinaabeg Nation website if you want to refer to it later. Debenjget Gisan Anishinaabe Eking Gibe Degwan Gade Minido Wadiswin. Shkade Nebe Eke Nodin Gibe Degos Dadan. We nogd win mock Mampish Kakmagong. Debenjget Giminan Getchwen Dagok Nishnaabe Wa Nogdanan Ninda Nishwaswe Kinamadwinan. Zagid win, Debwe win, Mina den de win, Nabakwe win, the ba den dizwin, Quequad dizwin, Minwa Akadea win. Debenj get Gimin go, dead binwe, we nog the wind winning. Kama Mina den na, Kabe Jewebak, Minwa Nangwa, Megwe, Ejewebak, Minwa Gayabe, Wane Jewebak. So my name is Adrienne Pelche. I'm the social director for the Anishinaabeg Nation and have been for the last 11 years. Child welfare jurisdiction. So the chiefs in assembly, we represent 40 First Nations, asked us to do just that, to pursue child welfare jurisdiction. So we've been on this path since 2008. And we took an inherent rights perspective with respect to our jurisdiction over our children, youth, and families. We just did it. We didn't ask the government for money. We just went out and we asked our citizens all across Ontario, and we even got folks sending in their comments from across the country and out of country, because they have inherent rights as far as we're concerned as the Anishinaabeg Nation, and we took all of their input into a law. So we created the Anishinaabeg Nation Child Wellbeing Law. It's been well vetted through with our citizens, where it's been enacted in 17 of our First Nations currently. We're 40 First Nations strong, 66,000 people. We are seen as leaders in this path forward to take back our jurisdiction and look after our own children in a culturally appropriate way. One of the major issues we have with this legislation is we're already negotiating with both the province and the federal government to fund our Anishinaabe child welfare system, but then we have this bill coming in. It's causing interference for us. We would like to continue to pursue our jurisdiction and the path that we set forward under that inherent rights perspective. So we continue to do that. One of the major issues with this bill is in Ontario, we have band representatives, and thanks to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, those band reps are now funded. For many years, since maybe 15, 20 years, the government stopped funding the band rep position in Ontario. We now have band reps fully funded in Ontario again. This is our stopgap. The band reps are child advocates to make sure that no child and family service agency is interfering in the rights of that child as an Indigenous child or the parent and their right to their extended family, wherever they're from. If they're from 2 or 3 or 4 First Nations because they have ties, then that's the right of that child. We believe that the connection to community and extended family, culture, and spirit are a requirement for all Indigenous children. It's a right of that child just because they're Indigenous. So we would like you to make some considerations with respect to the band representative role, and my colleague here, Tracy O'Donnell, will talk a little bit about the some of the other sections that we have serious concerns with. You do have our submission. When we did that submission, we had 16 First Nations that had enacted the law. There's now 17, and we continue to go to our communities, because now the lawmakers are the First Nations. So the First Nations give us that authority to enact a law for them. So it's a community-based law, it's a prevention-based law. It gives the power back to the First Nation to set their own community standards, their own way of doing child welfare for their Indigenous children. Miigwech.
Bonjour. My name is Tracy O'Donnell. I'm from the Red Rock Indian Band, part of the Anishinaabeg Nation. And I've worked together with Adrian Pelletier on the development of the Anishinaabeg Nation Child Wellbeing Law since its inception. And the law, as Adrian said, is based on First Nation jurisdiction or inherent jurisdiction. And we acknowledge that this bill recognizes the First Nation jurisdiction. However, the bill also restricts the exercise of jurisdiction by putting a number of requirements in that are, we see, going to interfere with the work that we've started and the discussions that we've had with Canada that this would not interfere with our work are not ringing true now that we see the words on the page. Of particular concern is the requirement for an agreement with the governments of those provinces in which we wish to exercise our jurisdiction. And we've asked for technical clarification on what this means. For Anishinaabeg, our law says that our jurisdiction extends to our people, the Anishinaabeg citizens. The law doesn't have a geographic restriction, so if we have Anishinaabeg citizens who are living in the province of British Columbia, that our law would extend to those individuals as well. But when we read this bill and we see the requirement for the Indigenous group to engage with the governments of those territories where we wish to exercise our jurisdiction, for us it appears then that we would have to negotiate agreements with every one of the provinces and territories within which our citizens live. And that's an onerous task, and that is of concern to us because we have no resources other than our First Nations intent to exercise our jurisdiction and move forward to protect Anishinaabeg children and youth and maintain the unity of Anishinaabeg families. As Adrian had mentioned, the issue with the band representative extends to the fact that band representatives under this legislation are not afforded party status in proceedings. In the province of Ontario, band representatives are parties to proceedings and receive notice of all of the actions that are taken through the courts and have standing in order to represent the First Nation in those proceedings. It's of major importance that that role continue for our First Nations. We have a very active band representative program within our First Nations, and the band representatives are there to speak on behalf of the First Nations and ensure that Anishinaabeg children and youth have a voice and that their connection to the community is maintained. In fact, we took that so far in our law that under our adoption sections in the Anishinaabeg Child Wellbeing Law, not only is the consent of the biological parents or guardians required, but the consent of the First Nation to which the child and the parents are members is also required for an adoption to occur that involves an Anishinaabe child. So it's very important for us that that band role be respected and be acknowledged. And we're concerned that as currently written, foster parents or care providers have standing as parties, but our band representatives' standing is taken away. And that would cause an incredible challenge for our communities, and it would also interfere with the implementation of our law. The other points that we raised are in our written submission that we know has been prepared for the committee review in both English and French. Miigwech.
Thank you.
I also wanted to say that the Anishinaabeg Nation Child Wellbeing Law is on the Anishinaabeg Nation website if you wanted to have a look at it, or if you had any further questions, we'd be happy to answer them through written. Thanks.
Thank you. And now we have the Saskatchewan Aboriginal Women's Circle Corporation, and Judy Hughes is the president, and Brenda Dubois Kokum, meaning grandmother, who did the ceremony this morning. Welcome. Welcome.
Tansi Bomata, and good morning, Madam Chair Mahaichuk, committee members, elders, and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill C-92. My name is Judy Hughes, and I'm a Métis citizen, and I'm the president of Saskatchewan Aboriginal Women's Circle Corporation, that is Saskatchewan, of course. I appreciate the opportunity to gather on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin people. And I also want to say miigwech to Georgina Jolabois for recognizing that Sauk needed a voice at this table. Thank you. We had to corner her in Meadow Lake, but we got it. The Saskatchewan Aboriginal Women's Circle Corporation is the provincial not-for-profit voluntary Indigenous women's organization, and we're celebrating 16 years of providing programs and resources in education, advocacy, research, and economic opportunities to all nations of Indigenous women, their families, and the LGBTQ2S+ community. Our governance includes a provincial president, 6 directors from the 6 regions of Saskatchewan, a COCUM, and a youth advocate. Sauk is one of the 13 PTMAs of the Native Women's Association of Canada, the largest Indigenous women's organization in Canada, and boasts a PTMA in every province and territory of Canada. My comments today are specific to all Métis children and families. Our children are our essence of being. Who will be administering the services and the funds? I'm thinking about the jurisdictional gap that may arise if services are only provided to members of one Métis national organization or government. How are Métis children going to be identified? I do not want any Métis child left out like it is with Status First Nations. Like Bill S3, you're put into categories and then it's decided whether or not you deserve a service. Not all of us are members of Métis National Council or in Saskatchewan, Métis Nation Saskatchewan. It's our choice whether we want to be part of that organization. I'm not saying anything negative about it, just say our choice. For an example, if you're not a member of those organizations, my niece who has autism, she would not be able to, and she cannot access any services that are provided by them because her mom and dad choose not to be registered members. It is long overdue for us as Métis citizens to have an opportunity to build our child and family services from a blank page and do it right. Why? Because from my perspective, there is nothing more beautiful than our Métis values, teaching, cultures, language, protocols, and ways of being. It would be free of all this systemic discrimination that we find in all of the institutions in Canada. Growing up, I wasn't able to exercise my right to practice and be proud of my Métis culture. Because of this discrimination, we were forced to pass off ourselves as white. And in my younger days, which was quite a few decades ago, I lived in a mixed community of people who were considered white, half-breed, and Indian. That's in Birtwell, Saskatchewan on Highway 23. And I was called a Kubasquan in school. And this referred to my being of Ukrainian and Dene heritage. Regarding Bill C-92, what I see as a significant limitation is that it is missing the voices of the women of many nations, the grandmothers and the Kukums. We know that boys and girls have different needs, and we want to put it on the record that culturally appropriate gender-based analysis still needs to be done on any legislation, programs, and services. The Métis citizens of Saskatchewan deserve time to understand the implications of Bill C-92 if the legislation passes, and also the patriarchal approach needs to change. We need to do more research on successful child and family models, and we do have one with the Manitoba Métis Federation model established in 1982, I think is quite successful, and we need more communication, and we need to involve the matriarchs. We have abilities within our communities to develop and implement legislation and reparation programs versus a top-down, here, this is in your best interest approach. We need to be the ones saying this is in the best interest of our children. And we need partnerships with all levels of government. We're willing to work with all levels in government, including our own Indigenous governments. And Canada must be willing to enter into a sincere working relationship with us. The Convention on the Rights of the Child says that every child has every right, and we must ensure that every Métis child has every right. Miigwech, thank you for listening. Brenda?
Okay. Thank you for the honor of being here today. If you could indulge me for 30 seconds. 30-second silence for all the children who have died while in care. In your mindset as well, get ready for the reality that some of the present children in care may not return home. Thank you very much. Please don't misinterpret the tone of my voice. It may come off as being angry, but it's from up to 5 generations of hurt. So if you don't mind me, at times I may stand up, sit down. That's just who I am. First question I have to ask you, and you don't have to answer me. I want you to think about these things tonight before you go to sleep. Do you see me? Do you see me? Do you see me? Because I think I'm invisible to some people. Our walk on the bridge, again, this past while reminded us of that. Is there not a better way to do this? Get out of the way. You're hindering our traffic. So, I'm glad to be here. I want to be recognized as a human being with one great quality, and I encourage you to have that quality too. It's the quality of honesty. Learning how to relate to one another over this next while is going to be really interesting. Please don't misinterpret my presence here as an approval of this bill. It is not an approval of this bill. Please do not play politics with our children's lives. This is a very serious matter, and if we're going to do this shift, let's do it appropriately and in a really respectful manner. Walk with respect. Walk with forgiveness. Listening. Listening means 2 things. Don't mind me, I do parenting classes. I'm not here to talk to you as like your kids, you know what I mean? But listening means 2 things. You hear what I say, do what I'm asking you to do. I'm in my 60s now. I need to see some markers because I've heard idle words since I was in my late 20s. And I've not seen no improvements in my community. Besides being a part of SOC, I'm a part of Aboriginal Family Defense League. It is a non-incorporated entity and it will never be incorporated. And I've advocated for families for the last 35 years. And I still advocate for families to get children back today. And I'm still traumatized by the archaic, patriarchal approaches that come out of the people who are there to supposedly help us. I'm encouraging you to relate to us differently. Treaties. It's a word my relative used during the Constitution when somebody asked him about treaties. He said, really, the federal state is in hypocrisy. They've been fighting us for years. Look how long it took to get Jordan's Principle. Look at the fact that they took the Supreme Court issue just around children to fight us. That is appalling. I want to say blasphemy to some degree. Blasphemy. It's terrible. To help with the shift, what you need to realize is we have grandmothers, we have kokums in our community, matriarchs that have been here for many years. That traditional kinship system is still alive. That's why we still have a generation of grandmothers willing to help by interfering and asking for those grandchildren to be tended to by them and not by the state. I want to make a plea for the most important institution of all, family. If you can explain to me why and what is preventing us from that investment, really, try help me understand that, because I can't, because what my eyes see is a contradiction. The state willing to invest, waste $18,000 a month to keep 9 children away from a mother that they already raised in foster care. Intergenerational. They already got 2nd generation kids in care. So what does that tell you in regards to what they're doing? This way is not working. The last meeting I went to, and I was leaving, young person said, Kokom, like I'm an advocate for families, but what he said was, Kokom, you're a hostage negotiator. You're negotiating for the return of children. And what I need to awaken you to, especially in Saskatchewan, maybe throughout Canada, is there's a national crisis going on. It's called genocide as well. You know it's illegal to remove one group of children and place them with others? It is against law to do that. We have a national crisis going on. We have a child advocate in Saskatchewan who just reached a report on suicide. Action, what's going to be done? And suicide is a result of PTSD, the ripple effect. We do not have an opioid epidemic in our community. We have a doctor and a pharmaceutical problem. I'm trying to reshift this stuff because we keep on being blamed as this is our problem. These are not our problems. Poverty, we have economic poverty that started when they killed the buffalo. Housing, it's a treaty right. Have homelessness people. Affordable housing? Nah, $1,300 to $1,500 a month. You can't afford that. Missing murdered Indigenous women goes on a daily basis and is still going on in this community. So what I'm here to remind you is it's illegal what they're doing. And what I'm here to do as well is to demand in Saskatchewan, because Merriman refuses to meet with common citizens who've been doing this work, who have the answers. Ignores us, we're invisible. I'm demanding from Saskatchewan 100 children home by Christmas and 100 children thereafter. Because we know the reasons why children are being taken is, we all know them why. And if we don't help with this shift, we're going to be a part of the problem. And you're going to be, and I can't apologize anymore to children. And you can't continue to pay out children. Jay Miigwech.
Miigwech, very powerful words. I believe everyone here was listening. We hear you. All right. We are now at the question period, and I'm going to ask MPs to identify which person you're asking your question to, and we'll move on to those questions. And we start with MP Yves Robillard, and he's going to be speaking in French, so if you need the translator, please put in your earpiece.
Everybody. Alors, merci à vous.
Thank you for these testimonies. My first questions are for Madam Hughes and Dubois.
Is it good? Everyone can hear? Yes?
All right, we'll start. Thank you for your testimonies. My first questions are for Madam Hughes and Madam Dubois. During their testimony for this committee, Minister O'Regan clearly stated that her priority is the families of Indigenous children, specifically in Saskatchewan. Do you believe that Bill C-92 represents these considerations?
Just answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I missed it on here.
Was that again?
You need to repeat.
Il faut que tu te répètes la question parce qu'il n'a
Bon.
pas compris.
Au cours de son témoignage devant ce comité,
During his testimony, Minister O'Regan clearly stated that his priority is the families of Indigenous children, especially in Saskatchewan. Do you think that Bill C-92 represents these considerations?
It may represent the consideration, sir, but what you need to realize is we're invisible. We were not talked to. We were not, and I don't want to use the word consulted. I need to move beyond that frame of consultation. If we don't have respectful relationships to actually work together to solve these and develop mechanisms, it's a top-down approach, and that top-down approach has to stop the paternalistic acts from the state in regards to trying to define our needs. It can't work no more. If we are in truth and reconciliation frame right now, we need to shift the mechanism of how we're working together. Mr. Reagan may have a good intention, but good intention done in a wrong way is skewed.
l'approche retenue pour ce
The approach for this bill is to create a standard, a minimum standard for the protection of children. Do you believe that this is the right approach?
You know, throughout the years, I've been somewhat asked that question, but also because of my dealings with the state, what may be in the best interest of a non-First Nation child may not be in the best interest of an Indigenous child because we come from a distinct background.
À votre sens, y a-t-il des amendements qui
Do you believe that there are any amendments that we could bring in order to make C-92 better?
At this point in time, I think you need to cease and desist and really start on respectful relationships with people. The pressure being put in the communities you are starting to feel, and the backlash is there. You need to realize we have a different government style than this state does, and it is the citizens who determine this.
Mes questions iront maintenant à Mesdames
I now have questions for Madame O'Donnell and Ms. Pelletier. In the brief that you sent to this committee, you talked about the importance of modifying the definition of caregiver in order to exclude people who are receiving compensation for having taken care of an Indigenous child. Can you talk about the impacts of the current definition and the impacts of your suggestion for an amendment?
I have to answer, I didn't hear it. My thing's not working.
No, it's like the system. Like there's no power.
Do you mind if I sneak in there?
Sure.
And just move your cup to the side?
Yeah, sure.
I hope she's not putting my tongue.
Non, ça a complètement comme fermé la machine.
Je croirais que... Ah oui, il est dessus.
Alors, on fait un test en français. Est-ce que ça marche pour la traduction?
Is it working? Can you hear interpretation? Can you hear the English interpretation? Perfect. Perfect. Sometimes it happens. Little technical issues. Thank you for your understanding.
Il faut avoir plus de temps additionnel pour
Ah,
finir
j'espère.
ces questions comme il faut.
I didn't hear that part of the translation.
Et j'espère
I
que
just
Yves
want-
peut avoir le temps supplémentaire pour
I hope that Yves will have enough time to ask all his questions.
Des-
Yeah, yes, please.
Bon, dans le mémoire que vous avez
In the brief that you sent to the committee, you talk about the importance of modifying the definition of a caregiver in order to exclude people who receive compensation for having taken care of an Indigenous child. Can you talk about the impacts of the current definition, and can you talk about the impacts of your suggestions for an amendment?
With respect to this issue here, our concern is tied to the use of the definition of caregiver and how it applies to standing in civil proceedings. And in particular, the fact that the care provider here is broad enough to include foster parents. And in Ontario, foster parents includes those that receive compensation for caring for Indigenous children. We have customary care arrangements where we have care providers that are providing and taking care of Indigenous Anishinaabeg children, but they're not receiving compensation. So they're excluded from this definition of care provider as well. And so we have concerns with respect to the way it's currently drafted. And in particular, that ties us back to the standing to make representations and have party status in proceedings. So more attention is required, we believe, to look at the definition of care provider and the implications of the use of that term throughout this proposed bill and how it impacts the delivery of services and the access to provide information and representations in court proceedings.
16 des 40 collectivités que vous représentez
In the 40 nations that you represent, so the child well-being, can you tell us how Bill C-92 will have an impact on these communities?
Mine doesn't work, I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything. You can answer the question.
He's talking about,
Oh non, je repose en français.
Bill C-92 impact your communities.
Non, mais
That's what he said.
May I borrow your earpiece, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's try plugging it into it. When he starts to speak French, it'll just take a couple seconds for interpretation.
Is yours okay?
Yeah, so far.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, c'est bon.
16 des 40 collectivités
16 out of the 40 communities that you represent have taken on the child well-being rules that you mentioned. Can you state how Bill C-92 will have an impact on these communities?
The First Nations that have taken on jurisdiction are currently 17 in the brief. It was a point in time. We anticipate that the 40 will follow through as well. So the way that this bill impacts our First Nations is that it actually interferes with the process that we've initiated in the exercise of our inherent jurisdiction. This bill requires now our First Nations to provide notice to the government of our intent to exercise our jurisdiction, and we did that back in 2007. And now we're being required to do that again. And under Section 20, we're also being required now to provide notice to the other governments that we expect within their jurisdiction to exercise our Anishinaabeg law. So it creates challenges that previously didn't exist and requires us to redo a lot of the work that we've done, plus some.
Merci.
Thank you. Questioning now moves to MP Arnold Viersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our guests for being here today. Really appreciate it. Ms. Pelletier, one of the things that we're trying, with this particular bill that the government is trying to do, is to correct some of the jurisdictional issues. Do you think that this bill do you think that this bill achieves that, or does it merely muddy the water some more?
I'll answer that if that's okay. Our belief upon reading the legislation is that it actually muddies the water more for us. We have a clear statement of Anishinaabeg inherent jurisdiction, and Nagodwayonagas Anishinaabe, one Anishinaabeg family, is our starting point. Adrian had read that out at the start of our presentation. And with this legislation and the additional requirements, and even the best interest tests as set out, although intended to create national minimum standards, is not respectful of the standards that the Anishinaabe have established and that we're proceeding to implement and establish our system on. So it creates additional challenges for us. We've asked for and received technical briefings with respect to the intent. It appears that in some instances the intent doesn't match the words on the page, or perhaps our interpretation of the words on the page doesn't match the intent, but it does create additional challenges for the Anishinaabe Nation. Jurisdiction issues are not resolved.
Brenda, you're shaking your head there a little bit on that. I guess what I'd like to ask you about a little bit is the role of parents in all of this. When we did our study on, a number of years back now, we did a study on suicide. We were up in northern Canada, and many of the kids that we talked to, they said, fix our parents, right? They said, like, if we could fix that, we wouldn't have the problems that we have today. What role does parents play in all this, and how do you see that family unit? You were starting to talk about that a little bit. I'd love to have some comments around that.
Family? Mm-hmm. Family is the most important institution of all. When we, no matter what, when we started Piakwak in Saskatchewan, the families in the long run were the ones that guided us. They were the ones that taught us. And in the long run, when you go and assist families, you need to see the intergenerational trauma. If you're focusing on alcohol, violence, and all that other stuff, you're really not getting to the core of what needs to happen. And by walking alongside parents, sometimes for about 1 year to 2 years, our life changes, not just for them, but for their children. So you don't realize the investment of just doing that has, not just on that one family, because what we find when you help one family, it ripples. It ripples and affects other family members as well. So so we get requests from other family members, extended family members, to assist as well.
So there is in this bill, there's a little that just touches on the prenatal care somewhat. Would you see there any ability to broaden that out to maybe, like, do you know what I'm getting at?
Not really, sir, because I can't read your mind in regards to what you're trying to lead me to, but I can have a comment there. The only thing in regards to prenatal and to children is the investment into mothers, which is already being made, the programs that are there. But for me, it's about the prevention of apprehension pre-birth. To have to ask a social worker the question, is this baby going to be apprehended upon birth? And they say yes, but they disregard the supports of the family and to do planning with the family. The last call I received 3 months ago was from a distraught Kukum who was crying and saying, Brenda, they took my grandson and they passed me on the way out. They hadn't even talked to her. That's why I asked you the question, do you see me? Because a lot of people don't see people in our community. The last one that happened in Manitoba, the extended family's right in the room, and social services still went in and took that child. So you clarify your question. I can answer you a little better.
Yeah, my question basically is like how do we build into this particular piece of legislation the role of family, role of parents?
And the most important of all, and then you have to remember when we say family, I don't just see mom and papa. I see that whole big picture that's standing behind them as well that are great. We are rich when we look at that in that aspect.
Mrs. Pelche, you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to highlight the fact that our law gives the power back to the community. The community will set their community standards, how they want their children served. It recognizes and affirms customary care, which means that a member of the child's extended family looks after that child while the parents do what they have to do to get well. And it stops the court proceedings. So in Ontario, up to 2 years, you can become a Crown Ward. And in my opinion, no institution should be in charge of a child, and that's what a Crown Ward is. And we want to repatriate all our Crown Wards back to their community under our own Anishinaabe law. And we have a very respectful relationship with the province of Ontario, and we are negotiating a collaboration agreement with the province of Ontario that respects the Anishinaabe Authority and respects our First Nations. If you give too much power to children's aid societies, then you have that situation that we have in Manitoba where CASs, they do whatever they want. There is no band reps in Manitoba. And there's, you can do in vitro care to that unborn child. You can wrap services around like Toronto Native Child does, like some of our Indigenous CASs do. They support that mom as she's trying to deliver a healthy baby instead of giving her a birth alert and saying, we're going to just rip your child out of your arms after that child is born. So, we are trying to make a difference in Ontario so that a mom and that very important connection to that spirit of that child and that mom to be connected. We respect that in Ontario, and I know all of the Indigenous societies are trying to make sure that we support babies before they're even born, and we wrap services around that mom. We connect them with healthy babies, healthy children. In our communities, we have community well-being workers, we have family well-being workers. So all of this is important structure to respect the inherent right of that unborn child. So we have to respect the spirit of every child and make sure they're connected to their family, their extended family, their community. Even if they've never been there before, that's a right of that child to know where they come from and to know who their relatives are and to have an access to their Anishinaabe Noswin, which is their spirit name. Miigwech.
Thank you.
Okay, questioning now goes to MP Rachel Blaney and the NDP, but we only have 2 or 3 minutes, and that's why I was trying to urge you to give a chance to the MPs. Please go ahead.
So I'm going to be very fast because of that. So if I could start with you, Adrienne and Maria, if that's okay.
You talked about the child well-being law, and this is seen, C92, as a framework of the legislation, and there's multiple concerns that have been brought to us. Things like the fact that in it there's no principles around funding. So we understand the dollar amount, but there's nothing in there that holds accountability, because if we want to make the change, the resources have to be in there. So you talked about your child well-being law, so I want to know a couple things. How does this legislation work with yours in the terms of it being a framework, and what are the gaps? You talked about restrictions of jurisdiction and your concern around that, and then the idea that you may have to negotiate with every province and territory. So when we look at this, what could be done to change it to make it more effective, or is it not going to work at all?
The requirement to negotiate the agreements with the respective governments in Canada would not work for us at all. If the law, as stated, gives effect for the First Nation law to be a national law across Canada, then adding this requirement to negotiate agreements just doesn't match with the intent of recognition of First Nation jurisdiction. As Indigenous peoples, we never restricted our jurisdiction to geography. It went with the people. Our laws are tied to our people, and our people are mobile. That's reality. And so that piece doesn't work for us in any way. With respect to funding, we raised that question of funding. If the true intent is to make a difference and effect positive change, then there needs to be funding to go along with that to support that. We've been in negotiations with the Government of Canada for a number of years to secure that funding. And then when this bill came in, things seemed to come to a complete halt. And so that causes problems for us in terms of advancing the Anishinaabeg Child Wellbeing Law and advancing our exercise of jurisdiction. The coordination agreements don't work for us. We negotiated, as Adrian said, a special agreement with Ontario because of the reality of two systems working side by side and the fact that they fund the agencies that support our First Nations. So there are problems. Changing or removing that requirement would be helpful to us.
And
we appreciate your participation in our committee. Your words will be on the permanent record for Canada, all Canadians to see, and we on the committee will take them very seriously with our deliberations on the bill. Megwich, thank you.
I do have one comment I must make on the record, if I may.
Please, quickly.
Okay. I would just like to talk about a bit in terms of two areas that you do have in Bill C-92. It does need some more work, but in regards to family unity and automatic standing. And I think it's very important in those areas that organizations, advocacy organizations such as SOC, is able to have some automatic standing in some cases because disinterments. Okay, thank you very much. And just to note those two things.
And if you submit a brief, we can receive it as a committee, so I encourage you, that's still open to you as well. Thank you very much. We'll suspend for a couple minutes so that the next panel can come forward, take your seats, and we'll readjust. Please remember that the headsets work better on the tabletop translation device rather than underneath, because we will have questions in French. Thank you. on the last group, we ran out of time, and there's many important words to be said, questions to be delved in. We're on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. We are discussing Indigenous Child and Family Law, a bill called C-92. And before taking any more time, I want to thank everybody for coming out, and we will begin the presentations. You have up to 10 minutes. If you don't take it, it's fine. Gives us more opportunity for questions from the members. So we begin with Conseil de Nation, Atikamekw, and then we're moving to the Inuit, and then Sandy Bay. So it'll go from my left to the right. Welcome, Nathan. It's always nice to see you here. And any way you would like to begin, you're starting out. I'm going to start with Grand Chief Constant. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to be here again. It's my second time being here, but this time it's on different matter. Everybody, tout le monde ici aujourd'hui, bonjour à toutes.
Hello to everyone here today. I'm Constant Washish, Grand Chief of the Atikamekw Nation. I would like to share my thoughts on Bill C-92 with you. I can speak in French, there's no problem, right? Everyone understands?
English as well, but some technical word will be difficult for me. Yeah, as First Nation here in Canada, we all know what happened to us in the past. I think we've come to a time where right now we're at the crossroad, if I can say. We work together, or we keep fighting again for many generations. Me, I choose not to fight again. I will fight for our right, yes, of course, but I will fight for our recognition. I will fight so we can enjoy living in peace here in Canada together. We have to foresee ahead how life's going to be in the future. And I think it's time now. Doesn't matter if you're liberal, conservative, NDP, that you understand that you have to invest in First Nation, to ensure security, to ensure defense of our territory, to ensure that First Nations have a sense of belonging to Canada, and to ensure that First Nation have the sense of being stewardship to Canada as well. That's how we have to look at it now, from now on, where there's so many of us as youth, and I say that everywhere. I don't know, I'm starting to feel a little bit old, but 72% of my people are younger than me. So there's a lot of people, a lot of potential. So if we keep always ignoring Indigenous rights, we're just passing on more problem to them. And more problem to your kids, your grandchild as well. So it doesn't matter which party you're from. I think we have to all understand that we have to work together and to ensure the better future for Canada and all together. That's what I wanted to say before. So I prepared a little word here, written in French. So be ready, translation. So Canada, le Canada reconnaît que les
Canada recognizes that Indigenous people can self-govern. This includes family and child services. Bill C-92 reaffirms this right. but has an impact on how it is executed. If there is no coordination agreement, it will be difficult to see how this bill will be able to be implemented if there is no such agreement. An entity could be designated in order to coordinate if there are any disagreements. This could be created by an Indigenous representative and a state representative, and they would have to make a common decision. Furthermore, applying Indigenous texts means that there needs to be appropriate funding. If there is no such funding, Indigenous authorities could have their own laws, but they wouldn't be able to apply them. And so funding should be provided in this bill. For the minimum standards for C92, they should be respected for Indigenous groups that have their own laws. These provisions have to do with Indigenous children, and the decisions need to be made in the best interests of the children. It needs to reflect the dominant society, the dominant culture, and that is why the courts allowed families to adopt Indigenous children without maintaining their culture. The bill does not include situations in which children can be taken into care. Will it be for the same motives as what we have in provincial law? Could Indigenous laws have different interventions? I think that there will be many problems if that's the case. Section 13 states that Indigenous people can represent themselves in civil cases because these are the organizations that offer family and child services, and they are the ones who truly know the child's situation. And so it would be preferable that they be the ones to intervene rather than the Indigenous law groups. The bill should be changed in order to allow these Indigenous services to represent the children. The priority for Indigenous children seems appropriate. However, the Act could be modified so that a child has to stay with their family. If they have to go to a different nation or a different family, there needs to be information as to why. I will now give the floor to our special advocate who has been with us for the whole process. And she knows a lot in child protective services. Anne Fournier. Hello, thank you for having us here today. I'll talk about different issues. For the definition of families that we see in the bill, in Bill C-92, the definition that's provided is interesting because it takes into account the child's perception, the culture, Indigenous culture, and what the Indigenous group considers to be a family member of the child or extended family. And so that takes into account the different definitions of families that Indigenous people have. Now, regarding the social economic status of the child, there is a section on this. In Canada, we know that the social economic status of Indigenous people and overpopulation is something that has been well documented. Clinically, however, these are risk factors that need to be considered when we're taking into account a child's risk. It's good that the bill mentions that a child must not be taken into care only because of their social economic status, but if there are no concrete measures to make living conditions better for Indigenous people, well, this will lose its meaning in provinces where, for example, in Quebec, you can intervene for a child if you invoke a serious risk for negligence. Now, for the Jordan Principle that I'm sure you all know very well. Of course, a legislator may not know what to say necessarily, but we can make an exception. Canada should ensure that this principle is applied to all children, regardless of where they live. Canada should also mention that the Canadian government recognizes Jordan's principle, and the Canadian government should ensure its application. Now, regarding Section 12.1 in the Act, the bill, where we're talking about an important measure. So in 12.1, before an important measure is taken for an Indigenous child, we must advise the person who is responsible for services and other people. So we're wondering what an important measure is, or a significant measure. We think that that should be better defined. Do I have to stop there? Yes? Okay, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Time, but I'm going to ask everybody to watch as the clock ticks away and we won't have enough time for questions. So we have the Inuit with us, and the president is here, and Jenny Turney, manager. Please, we look forward to your comments. Start whenever you're ready.
Nakamik, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. Inuit Tapirikinatami is the national representative organization for the 65,000 Inuit who live in Canada, the majority who live in Inuit Nunangat, our homeland. About 65% of our population still lives in our homeland, and 35% now lives outside of Inuit Nunangat. Our homeland encompasses 51 communities, and nearly a third of Canada's landmass and 50% of its coastline. ITK is governed by the elected leaders of the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, Nunavut Tungavik, Makivik Corporation, and the Nunatsiavut government. These four Inuit representational organizations and governments are Inuit rights holders under Section 35 of the Constitution, having negotiated comprehensive Inuit Crown land claim agreements between 1975 and 2005. It is therefore an appropriate and positive development that the Crown engaged Inuit rights holders in the development of Bill C-92. ITK helped facilitate regional engagement with the Government of Canada throughout this process through our national governance structure. Too many Inuit children and youth have been and continue to be placed in care due to issues of neglect, which can largely be attributed to the lack of attention to addressing social and economic inequities among Inuit. Due to the limited number of foster homes, professional services, and residential care facilities throughout Inuit Nunangat, children are often sent outside of their communities and/or regions to be placed in care. As a consequence, far too many of our children are unable to participate in our culture and society and as members of our communities. In July of 2018, ITK created a working group to provide input, review, documentation, and provide recommendations to the ITK Board of Directors related to the proposed federal legislation. The working group included representation from Nunavut Tungavik, the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, Nunatsiavut Government, the Nunavik Regional Board of Health and Social Services on behalf of Makivik Corporation, Pauktutit Inuit Women of Canada, and the Inuit Circumpolar Council Canada. ITK worked with the Government of Canada as well as the Assembly of First Nations and Métis Nation to co-develop options for federal legislation to address the protection of Inuit children. Through the input of ITK's working group and the engagement session organized by Pauktutit, Inuit developed and submitted to Indigenous Services Canada a series of priorities for child protection. They included doing whatever is possible to keep children with their immediate and extended families, which is reflected in sections 15 and 16. Ensuring that all care provided to Inuit children and families is culturally appropriate, which is reflected in section 9 and 11. Ensuring that Inuit children and youth living outside of Inuit Nunangat are identified as Inuit and provided with culturally appropriate care, which is reflected in sections 9, 11, and 28. And ensuring that Inuit children and youth sent outside of Inuit Nunangat for specialized care remain in contact with their culture and home community, which is reflected in sections 9, 10, 11, and 17. Inuit also called for the legislation to be outcomes-focused, distinctions-based, evidence-based, and reflective of Inuit self-determination. While much of what Inuit proposed was incorporated into Bill C-92, ITK is requesting an amendment to Section 28 of the bill, which speaks to information agreements. We know that Indigenous children aged 0 to 14 make up 7.7% of all children in Canada, yet represent 52% of children in foster care and private homes. However, with the limited data available in public reports, it is not possible to readily determine how many Inuit children have active statuses within child welfare services, both within and outside of Inuit Nunangat. Therefore, ITK requests that the Section 28A be amended to ensure that data gathered on Indigenous children in care are disaggregated to clarify whether they are First Nations, Inuit, or Métis, and in the case of Inuit, that their affiliated land claim organization be identified. This would enable service providers to connect with and serve notice to the Inuit land claim organizations so that Inuit children and youth can continue to receive the benefits they are entitled to under their respective land claim agreements. At a high level, there is consensus across Inuit Nunangat about how child welfare services would ideally be delivered within Inuit communities. However, none of the regions has been able to make a significant shift towards this vision on a system-wide scale. Bill C-92 can help us do so. The status quo is completely unacceptable. And there may be systems that may work, and there may be fears about creating new solutions or interventions that improve systems. But in the end, we have to figure out a way to ensure that this broken system can be repaired and that Indigenous and Inuit self-determination can be the focal point for the new way in which we think about how child services are delivered. Nakomik.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now on to the Sandy Bay First Nation in Manitoba with a new model that they've been using. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead anytime.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Standing Committee, for the third time, not only being able to present our issues and also get feedback in the Q&A process. So thank you very much for that. We at Sandy Bay have been very, very proactive in the issue and the model of child reform and bringing our children home. And we were successful just not because of the issue of legislation, but the issue of partnerships and networking with our agency that we have. I have with me one of the board members, Tim Catchway, and our ED, Richard Delaron from CFS, who will be able to give you more of an in-depth of how we became very successful. As it's been noted during the past, over the last 2 years, we were able to bring more than 50% of our children in care home. On reserve, we have kids, and our 100% are in culturally centered homes, and off reserve, probably roughly around 70 to 78% in Indigenous homes. Once again, it's just being able to move that envelope forward was one that was based on, once again, just the issue of relationship building and being able to understand the barriers that we have as a First Nation, mainly in the areas of housing, is still a continuing barrier, and will always be a continuing barrier until we can once again solidify our forefronts. But with that being said, I would like to turn the mic over to Mr. Delaron, and he would be able to give you more in that presentation. Thank you very much,
Good morning. It's an honor for me to be here, and I'll try to bring to you an administrative perspective of Bill C-92 and what we hope that means for an agency implementing that legislation. As Chief Roulette has mentioned, through what I'll call convenient interpretation of provincial acts. We've been able to return our children, for approximately 50%, as Chief has mentioned, in the last 2 years. We've gone from approximately over 600 children in care to approximately 298. And again, that was through our interpretation of standards and legislation and factually in direct contradiction sometimes, because the rules wouldn't allow certain things. One of the things we find is that Manitoba is a unique province in terms of devolution and services being turned over to First Nations, but we still operate within the context of original provincial legislation. It was drafted in the 80s. And so as we move forward with customary care, which has the community involved in decision-making around what happens to families, and resource sharing where you have housing, you have the education, you have health, you have the chief and council, part of a customary committee where we'd sit down together and make plans around how each service delivery body could contribute to the case plan for families in the community. In addition, the block funding model, which your government sort of does already. Our funding federally flows directly to us. On the provincial side, it kind of flows through an authority, which we're sort of dealing with as well, because we don't think it's necessary for our funding to flow through an Aboriginal authority to us, where there's administration fees, and we see that authority as an extension of government and another level of bureaucracy that's unnecessary. So we deal with those kind of things, and your government, like I said, is already there in terms of how our funding flows, and we're hoping that this bill will allow First Nations to, instead of being in contradiction of legislation and standards, begin to develop their own, which would allow us to continue our unique way of providing services on reserve as it pertains to our family. We're hoping that such a bill would mean that regardless of where children reside, whether they're on and off reserve, that they're funded 100%, that system is 100%. We get away from the 60-40 split in Manitoba, where the feds fund us 40% and the province funds us 60%. And that is based on where children are brought into care, if you weren't familiar with that. So we're hoping that Bill C-92 addresses that, and that regardless of where our children are, that we are a federal responsibility, and that there's mechanisms in place for us to continue our own service delivery model and serve what has been mentioned as a best interest for children in care. And I know there's some documents like bringing our children home out there, and for Sandy Bay CFS that means something different in terms of best interest. We've had discussions with our chief and council in terms of is the reserve the best place for our children when there's no housing, high unemployment, huge health risks, gangs, drugs. Is that the best place to bring children home? So Child and Family Services sometimes is the dumping ground for other services such as justice, and they seem to think that child welfare can solve all those problems when we're currently certainly not equipped to address socioeconomic conditions on First Nations. But through our customary care model and the sharing of resources, we can certainly change that outlook for kids in care. So from an administrative service delivery perspective, Bill C-92 is something that we're very excited about. There are some cautionary things that we're also afraid of. Not every First Nation in Manitoba has a relationship that we have with our chief and council, and there's certainly risk of agencies being enveloped by their chief and council. And when you have elections every 2 years and faces change every 2 years, that can certainly be detrimental to the continuity of service of a child welfare agency. So be mindful of that, and certainly we're mindful of that. And we're hoping that, and it's already sort of been documented, that Bill C-92 will supersede any provincial or federal legislation, because there was fear that such a bill would only apply on reserve, and then agencies would be forced to implement both provincial legislation and federal legislation, and people would receive different services depending on where they were come into contact with the system. So we're being mindful of that, but we're highly optimistic about Bill C-92. Thank you.
Very good. Questioning now goes to MP Yves Robillard, probably in French. So if you need it, put your earpiece in.
Alors, mes prochaines questions.
My next questions are for Mr. Awashish and for Madame Fournier. During previous meetings, we heard certain critiques regarding this bill because it does not touch upon funding. Do you think that funding should be a part of this bill, or should it be based on the needs of Indigenous communities in coordination with provincial governments and the federal government?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for your question. As you said, the provinces should be implicated in this funding. Currently, we fall under federal jurisdiction, and oftentimes, other than some ad hoc programs, well, the provinces aren't part of funding for First Nations. So this is a matter of concern. I'll give you an example. We signed a 397 agreement. We were so autonomous for services to children for about a year, 29th of January 2018, and that took 15 years of negotiations. We're autonomous in 2 communities and in an urban city, a designated urban city, but there are people who are starting to live in other urban cities, and they're excluded in a way from our system. However, we would like to take charge of them, but we don't have the funding necessary in order to have services in those urban areas. So, yes, it's good to have a law. I think that we're on the right path. We're talking about creating relationships between different nations, the government, Indigenous governments. I think that reconciliation is happening one step at a time, one victory at a time. But there's this whole matter of funding. How are we going to meet all the needs of the First Nations? This is not something that I think we can decide on today, but we will have to look at this. There should be some type of engagement in the bill. Perfect. So if this bill is adopted, we want to ensure its success for years to come. And in order to do that, it would be important to have the means necessary. So we'd need data in order to measure this success. How can we better support communities in gathering data throughout this process? We have a system for data collection for the Conseil de la Nation, Anitamik. So we want to create the systems. You have to hire the people to maintain these systems, do a follow-up, make sure that people are well informed of the data collection. In Quebec, it's the province that was collecting that data. And we wanted to have the same system, but we had a bit of an issue that was solved over the past few months, and Anne Fournier could answer this question because she deals with this every day. Indeed, the data collection system is a bit of a sensitive issue for the Atikamekw Council. We wanted to have our own data collection system. However, the provincial government was against that because they would need to fund that. And with Section 37.5 for the protection of youth, the government would have to fund that system. But this system would have been adequate and would have respected the different steps for the protection of youth. Unfortunately, we have to use the provincial system for Projet Intervention Jeunesse. and you'd need a bit of flexibility. And so we're trying to negotiate that flexibility with the provinces, because the data that they're collecting work well on a provincial level, but they're not adapted for the Atikamekw regime that is currently implemented. Just one last thing. For data collection, there is, in a document that we're going to be sending, a brief that we have made that we will send to you. The Atikamekw will collect information regarding whether or not the child is in an Atikamekw situation or not. This data is not collected by the province, but it's something that is very important for us. One last question. During his testimony, Minister O'Regan stated that about 65 meetings had occurred with representatives from Indigenous communities. Did you directly or indirectly participate in these consultations? What can you tell us about this consultation process? Yes, we did participate in consultations. We sent in a brief. The consultation process was fine. We appreciated it. We were thankful to be consulted, and we were able to express ourselves freely. It was greatly appreciated.
MP Kevin Wall.
Thank you, and welcome all three of the groups. You guys are like home here, all three of you. I will start first with the ITKA. Mr. Obed, you talked about 28A. That seems to be a thorn on your side for very good reasons. Just expand on that, if you don't mind, to the committee.
As it currently stands, we have incomplete data about how many Inuit are in care, and that could extend within jurisdictions within the Inuit homeland and also across southern Canada. So having a federal statute that demands that that there be a distinctions-based way of identifying children in care systems would allow for us to then, for Inuit, however service delivery happens in each one of the Inuit regions or in southern jurisdictions, to provide the type of care that upholds the rights of Inuit children. So that is a huge challenge for us right now, because if a system isn't identifying Inuit within its jurisdiction and in the service delivery, then there is absolutely no way that their Indigenous rights can be upheld and that services can be provided and the connection to community.
Does this bill focus on the outcomes when you look at this bill? Because you had talked about the outcomes being focused, so does this bill focus on that, or do we need to make a couple of amendments?
I think very generally it is focused on outcomes. I think it imagines the agreements that can be made between Indigenous governments and the Crown as being key facilitators to those outcomes. The challenge of funding is one that we've talked through all the way, and in different statutes, funding is handled in different ways. Sometimes it is written into legislation, and sometimes the regulatory process is the time and place for those funding conversations. So we believe that the outcomes of the child, the rights of Indigenous children, the right to Indigenous self-determination, the way in which Indigenous children have to be treated within a system, and their families and their communities, all will get us to better outcomes. There is such massive complexity within the existing hodgepodge of systems that I'm not surprised by the concerns that have come, many of which are new to Inuit, because First Nations and Métis in care and the systems across the country are very, very different, which is why we also wanted to focus on a distinctions-based approach. We feel that there are provisions that protect the distinctions-based approach within this legislation as well.
You did point out a very good point. lack of foster homes up north. I mean, and I don't think, and we have lack of foster homes everywhere in this country, but you're unique in your situation up there. I mean, it's so vast, right? I mean, the distance between communities and the lack of foster homes is something that is certainly on the radar for your people. No question about that. You know, thank you for bringing that up. Grand Chief, who would judge, you made a remark, who would judge the best interest of the child? So who? That's a question. I mean, we've talked about jurisdiction and all that, but that was kind of an interesting comment that you made.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Who would judge the interest of a child? I think how it was brought up right to this moment before they created this legislation. It was judged by the mass of the people, the authority, the court system in place right now. Most of the time, that's not it doesn't reflect our values, doesn't reflect our reflection. I don't want to have to bring that up, but if we look at the Boucher cases, that's one good example of what the court system does to us. So how are they going to interpret the best interest of the kids? So that's a big question. So maybe we have to clarify this piece of maybe the wording, work on the wording to make sure that to ensure that the interpretation is given to the First Nation or the provider of services.
I'll just turn now to Sandy Bay if I can, Madam Chair. We've heard lots from Manitoba, but this is the first administrative report that we have seen in committee, which is good. Thank you for this. The funding that you get now, 40-60, I think that was a good education for everybody around here that the feds are 40 and the province of Manitoba are 60. Manitoba probably has more issues than any other province in this country. And you have brought that out, and one of your statements is the reserve the best place to raise children. If not, why not?
Shall I?
Yes, you shall.
Shall I, Chief? Well, I mean, yes, I can sum it up in one word, right? Socioeconomic conditions. When your community has no housing, has no jobs, when those kids turn 18 and no longer the responsibility of an agency, they will fail, and they are failing. And those are stats that are often blamed on child welfare delivery agencies, where you always see in the media that child welfare is failing First Nations kids. But when you're attempting to place them in an environment that puts them at great odds of success, those are going to be the results. So our approach to that is placing children in environments where they can be successful, where there's universities, and many of our children in care are in post-secondary institutions in Manitoba that we pay for, which are not funded, but we find a way. Again, we bend rules to make things like that happen. And the outcomes are phenomenal. And when the province comes knocking and says, hey, you can't do that, and they look at our outcomes, they turn them into pilot projects. And Sandy Bay has been four projects in the last year. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We have to move on with questioning, but I see that Tim Catchway wanted to participate. That's up to, perhaps the other MPs will give you a chance to participate. Right now, the questioning moves to MP Rachel Blaney.
Thank you all so much for being here with us today. I guess my question is, this is a piece of framework legislation, and I think what concerns me about it, and other witnesses have brought this forward, is that we understand that putting a dollar amount of funding doesn't make sense right now, but there should be clear principles actually in the legislation around funding to assure that there's a good service delivery model as it comes. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to having principles around funding in the legislation, if you think that's important or not, and if I could start with you, Grand Chief.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's very important to have those principles. I don't know how exactly which wording we should put it in there, but of course, already we know all the financial stress that's happening in communities with and also with our service system. But in the near future, we're already seeing more financial problem if the government doesn't engage himself to fund properly this piece of legislation, then what's going to be what's the good thing to have this piece of legislation in the end if we can even provide it to our people? So I think it's very important that we mention it in this legislation and to make sure that it's clear and engage the government, the federal government, to participate in of taking care of our children. And I want to remind everybody here that our children will be the one who's going to be protecting Canada later. So they have to feel like they belong here. They have to feel like like I said earlier, they feel the sense of stewardship of this country. So it doesn't matter if any party you're coming from. That's what we have to think about. We have to think about 50 years ahead, not only 4 years ahead, 50 years ahead, 100 years ahead. So we need to put the money on today to make sure that our children feel good and we overcome all those different trauma that came behind us. That's all we need.
ITK is in agreement that clarification around funding would be effective and a positive change in this piece of legislation. In the legislation, substantive equality is mentioned. The Caring Society's case and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal rulings and the effect that has on this conversation, it has to be considered. If governments can find ways to not implement CRTC rulings, and especially around the funding, then writing it into legislation is a really positive way to get to the desired outcome. Having the idea of substantive equality in the piece of legislation provides us hope within the regulatory process that the funding will be there, but provisions in legislation that make it clear would be helpful.
My colleagues hate it when I say this, but I've never gone to a government and asked for more funding. I've always asked for flexibility in the funding, and for Standing Bee, that's what is important. If you go to Manitoba and you look at family enhancement, which is a service delivery model, sort of a prevention model in Manitoba, you'll find that every agency has a surplus because of the restrictions on how that funding can be used. Makes it impossible to spend money. So you can give me all the money you want, but if you inhibit the way that I can spend it, it's not going to do anything for me. So when you talk about funding, be mindful of having flexibility to use that funding in certain ways and not tie it and restrict it on how it can be used, because it doesn't get used and it doesn't help us at all.
Thank you. I really appreciate that comment, and I think it's very important for everybody here to hear that, because if we're going to get to the next step, which is really about reconciliation, it means acknowledging and getting out of the way when we need to get out of the way. So one of the other things that we've heard a lot about, and I really want to come to ITK on this, is we've actually heard some of the more remote communities talk about the challenges of being remote, and that when we look at this legislation, we should be considering geographical areas a little more comprehensively. So I'm just wondering, so the example was given that, the next community is, 700 kilometers away. And so when you think about how you connect the children with their community, those challenges are really significant. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we should be looking at in the legislation, and if there's any potential solutions in terms of the legislation that we could propose.
The first and foremost challenge is infrastructure and service delivery. So if there isn't the essential infrastructure in a community, such as I think was already mentioned, foster homes, or the ability for there to be housing for families, then it puts people in really difficult situations that then come into contact with family services. The same for food security and poverty. These are no matter what is in this legislation, we still have to do more to ensure that our children have enough food to eat and that families are not in poverty and that there are housing and other essential pieces of infrastructure in our communities. That would go hand in hand with the provisions in this legislation, and if that isn't focused on, then we will continue to have the challenges that we're faced. Remoteness is another really challenging piece. Many of our 51 communities, the connection between that community is one not even probably within the jurisdiction, but it is a flow through to a southern-based jurisdiction, whether it be Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, or in Nunatsiavut, Newfoundland, or parts of Labrador. We haven't figured out how to ensure that services are delivered in a culturally competent way, even with that reality that's been a reality for 50 years now.
Questioning now moves to MP Robert Fulken-Ulat.
Well, thank you very much all the witnesses who have come here today. I really appreciate the opportunity of hearing many of your comments. I was just wondering if we could talk a little bit about customary adoption. In fact, I know the Inuit practice customary adoption still today. Many First Nations in the rest of the country, a little bit less so in the southern parts. As one who have also done customary adoption within members of my own family, meaning adopt a young child, moving through ceremony, a child to a new relationship. It's sometimes very difficult to interact with the Canadian state in order to regularize that. I was just wondering if you could talk a bit about some of your experiences and whether that should be mentioned at all within this legislation, because I don't think it's currently mentioned in very much legislation anywhere in Canada.
Currently, there is customary adoption within legislation in the Northwest Territories and in Nunavut. It is still a widely practiced custom of adoption, and is very different than the adoption that most Southern Canadians would know. I think that it plays a very significant role within the well-being of Inuit children within Inuit communities. But when you put it within the framework of a federal or provincial territorial legislation, there are constraints, especially in relation to funding and the ability for the rights of the children to be upheld by the families that then are taking responsibility for those children. Because customary adoption is much less regulated than its alternative, and that is deliberately so, but there are still some challenges that come up because of that practice. I think both with customary adoption and also traditional midwifery, those are two areas that I do think that should be respected more as Indigenous rights or as Inuit rights within a larger legislative structure and framework to protect those rights. As far as its application in Bill C-92, I think we would have to have further deliberations with our regions before giving you a more thoughtful answer.
Chef Awish?
Thank you. Us as Atikamekw Nation, we in Quebec, we worked on modifying the legislation in Quebec. We having success to make it sure that it respect our traditional ways of adoption. I don't know about other provinces. I know the Inuit, they do it differently from us, and that was one of the matter in the beginning. The Quebec government understood it the same way as they thought we were all the same, Inuit, First Nation, and all that. So we intervened and we told them that our way was different. Us, if let's say someone is adopting a kid, that person will raise that kid, but that kid never lose his link to his original mother and father. That's the ancestral way of adoption in our community. Even though if he would live all his life with the parents that adopt him, he will always know who was his real mother and father. But that's the way we are. That's always been like that, and,
So,
and always work in a traditional way.
Grand
back in the
Chief
day.
Wish, so in Quebec you attempted to get legislation through the National Assembly, but it wasn't successful?
Yes, we did.
Oh, it was successful?
Yeah, it was successful. The
Okay.
Quebec adopts our recommendation, and
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, Richard Delarande.
The same socioeconomic factors that bring children into care also prevent those adoptions from happening. It also prevents fostering. But in those circumstances where families are interested, because of the provincial process of adoption is quite arduous actually, and how we circumvent that is through a simple application of guardianship. So when we have an aunt and uncle or cuckoo that want guardianship of their nieces or nephews or grandchildren, we simply ask them to apply for guardianship in Manitoba. I don't know if you're aware, but anybody can apply for guardianship of anybody's kids. So we do an uncontested application for guardianship in those cases where family want to adopt their nieces or nephews. So it goes quicker. There are issues around financial support, and there is subsidized adoption in Manitoba. But again, the process of engaging in that process is quite arduous. And so we found that simply doing applications for guardianship are quicker, they're cleaner, and they cost less money for families.
Well, thank you very much. And I just have probably about another 3 minutes left in my time. I just wanted to talk, just so Jordan's principle and also in Section 9, it discusses the concept surrounding, in order to promote substantive equality between Indigenous children and other children, a jurisdictional dispute must not result in a gap in the child and family services that are provided in relations to Indigenous children. Meaning, the federal government is saying that, no matter what happens in Sections 22, which talk about jurisdiction between the provincial laws, Indigenous laws, and the laws passed by Indigenous governments, or even federal laws, that at no time should there should be a gap, meaning funding or the types of services, because really we're talking not simply about funding, but also the quality of the services offered for children. Do you believe that this is enough in this legislation in order to lay it out that you could, if, for instance, some government decided not to fund Indigenous child welfare at the federal level, if there was a different government that said this is not their priority, that you could take them to court and obtain redress? Maybe we'll talk about Nat. We'll talk about Nathan, because you have a or Jenny.
I guess that it could be a possibility. We did have large discussions around substantive equality and its inclusion within the bill. It was really important for ITK to ensure that that was there. To know whether or not we would be able to go back and, take somebody to court over it, we would need to study that option further with our regions and with legal counsel.
Sad.
Thank you very much for coming out. Your record is part of the official transcript. We invite others who may be watching, if you wish to submit briefs, to do so. And if you require translation, to allow us to bring in the appropriate, if it's an Indigenous language, we can make that happen as well. So I want to thank you for participating in this very important discussion. Miigwech, we'll take a short break and we'll bring in our new panel. Thank you. And I want to thank everybody for coming to order. We have a lot of people who are speaking to this very important bill. And we're at our third panel, and we have the Métis National Council, Métis Child and Family Services Authority, and the Métis Child and Family Community Services. So I understand that we are starting with Métis Child. Oh, we're going to start with the Métis National Council, and we have President Chartier here. Welcome. Good morning. You can begin anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to members of the committee. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to, on behalf of the Métis Nation, speak to you today on this most important bill, Bill C-92. This proposed act holds the promise of a better future for our children and youth, for our families, for our communities, and nation. The reality today is that too many Métis Nation children and youth become institutionalized through mainstream child and family services systems, alienated from their personal identities, their family relations, and their cultural roots. The proposed act provides a roadmap for overcoming that reality through four main areas, at least for the Métis Nation. The first area is the promotion of the right of self-determination possessed by the Métis Nation through recognizing self-government and jurisdiction in the area of child welfare. Should this act be passed, the right of the Métis Nation and its governments to exercise responsibility over the upbringing, training, education, and well-being of our children will be recognized. Where Indigenous governments enact child and family services laws, these will take precedence over provincial laws, where negotiations over a period of 1 year do not result in agreement. The second area contained in the proposed act is the promotion of culturally competent, equitable, responsive, and effective care on the basis of substantive equality compared to non-Indigenous children in Canada. The Métis Nation has developed capacity in positive, culturally based practices that have proven results, some of which you will hear shortly from my colleagues this morning and in future hearings from other Métis Nation leaders and care providers. The third area concerns placing the best interests of the child as paramount, including rights of children to know their parents, families, communities, and history. The fourth area relates to placing prevention and early intervention at the center of child and family services, replacing the current model and practices of intervention. During the co-development process, the Métis Nation assessed the standards and rights contained in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This proposed act is one of many steps needed for Métis Nation children, families, and communities to fully realize their right to survival, dignity, and well-being. The co-development process must continue in order to develop a regulatory framework for implementation of the Act. Tripartite tables engaging Métis Nation, federal, and provincial governments will need to be established. Financial commitments required for the implementation of the proposed Act will need to be made. It is important that these next steps are not misconstrued as barriers to immediate adoption of the proposed Act. It is important that each one of us who holds a leadership role takes the necessary action to ensure this proposed Act is adopted. Now is the time for transformative change that will positively impact the Métis Nation, First Nations, and Inuit children and youth throughout Canada. The Métis Nation is appreciative of the support we believe will be given by all parties to the passage of this bill. This legislation is about the future of our children and ensuring that they have the best possible opportunity for happy, healthy childhoods, living with their families and in their communities and culture. I look forward to the passing of Bill C-92 and its implementation. I encourage all members of this committee to do your utmost to ensure this happens. Merci, merci. Thank you.
You're shorter than expected. I mean, your speech.
I am shorter than expected. My dad was disappointed, but what can I say?
Okay, this is very serious. Thank you for your comments. We're moving on to the next presenter, and that is the Métis Child and Family Services Authority, Billy Schreiber, Chief Executive Officer, and you're on video conference. So thank you for participating, and start whenever you're ready. No, well, but we can't. Can we hear? We cannot hear you. Try speaking much louder. No. Nope, still can't hear you. Okay, recite something. Tell us about the weather. No. No, can't hear you. It looks really interesting, but we cannot hear a word of it. Some signals. Apparently, we have one headset that works, but.
I can't hear them on the earpiece either.
Hear them on the earpiece. Should we, in the next group, the community services, are they also?
That's right beside him, Mr. Basant.
Oh, both of you are together. Well, we got a technical glitch.
Do you want to suspend for 1 minute and we'll see if we can fix it?
We're going to suspend for 1 minute and see if we can get it fixed. Now.
This is a beautiful
So, whenever you're ready, we've got the technical issue done, and I guess I need to do this to officially come out of suspension. So, please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Billy Shibler. I'm the CEO with the Métis Child and Family Services Authority in Manitoba. I want to begin by acknowledging our members of Parliament as well as our Métis leader for our Métis National Council. And I just want to begin by indicating that in my presentation, and I don't know if you received any copies of it, but I do spend time discussing things from a perspective of someone who has not only been a service provider in child welfare in Manitoba, but also a person who has been a recipient, been affected by, and cared for many children who have been part of the child welfare system. And I think it's important for me to begin from that place because that provides you with a greater context of my understanding around Bill C-92 and the importance of it. So I do also want to acknowledge that that as we begin to look at this, that there has been a lot of work done by the federal government and our Indigenous political leaders to recognize and bring this bill forward, and I'm grateful for it. So I want to just also begin by telling you that from a personal level, I've been very blessed in my life to have been able to live with my mother and my grandmother as a child. My mother was 13 years old when she had me, and it was at a time where there was very little support provided to young single mothers at that time. And I'm able to look at life and my career through the context and eyes of myself growing up as a child, having been provided that opportunity when so many of our other families have not had that. So I'm very welcoming of these legislative changes that are proposed. My background is as a social worker. I've also been a foster parent for over 30 years, and I've had more than 45 children come through my home at any given time. And I'm currently caring for one of my own grandchildren who I've had since he was a baby, and he's now 10 years of age. And that's a very common thing with our Indigenous families, as you know, if we're given the opportunity to provide care when some of our family members are not able to do so. So I also lost one of my brothers during the onset of the 60s scoop. And we never found each other until we were in our mid-30s. And we learned a lot from each other's experiences, and it told us a lot about the child welfare system and what needed to change. And that is so reflective of the history of our families and our people. So I have had the opportunity to deliver child welfare services both in Manitoba and in Ontario, in leading child welfare in First Nation communities as well as urban settings, and delivering frontline service. So I've had a fairly rounded understanding of what needs to occur, and also looking at it as a former children's advocate in Manitoba. So for those of you who don't know Manitoba's child welfare history, and I'm assuming most of you do, that we have a history that's deeply entrenched in a lot of pain. We have a long history of unclaimed struggles as Métis people. And now we have some strong Métis leaders who have brought our matters to the forefront in their negotiations at a federal level, and we're very pleased about that. We have the largest number of children in care per capita than any other province. I'm sure you've heard those statistics already. And our Métis child welfare system is part of a devolved system that happened 15 years ago. But what ended up occurring in our devolution in child welfare was that the child welfare system never fully devolved the way that it was intended to, and our ability to be able to fully make our own decisions as to how to best support our families never occurred. So while we were considered to be partners as part of the 4 authorities that existed, we never developed our own legislation. We were not able to control our own funding. So currently, as the CEO, we have 2 agencies. My colleague will speak on one of our agencies in a few minutes. And we have the entire jurisdiction of the province for those who choose to come to us for service, or for Métis families and Inuit families that were mandated to service. And that is large. We currently have 1,275 children in care out of the near 11,000 children in care in Manitoba. And even though our practice is to really try our best to preserve families, many of these children that are coming to us as permanent wards, with wardship granted through the courts. And once they've been made a permanent ward, they go to their culturally appropriate authorities if they're not being serviced there already. So a lot of those children are coming to us as they're becoming a permanent order of the child welfare system. And we have not had any opportunity to provide service to their families. So it becomes very challenging for us to accept the children in at that time, when they should have been part of our system right from the beginning. So we know that in looking at any proposed legislation and in the bill, that there has to be a complete mechanism whereby our system is notified of any Métis families coming to the attention of the child welfare system, so that we can have early involvement. Otherwise, we're doing a major disservice to our families and to our children. We know that it's very we know that it's very difficult to undo the history of child welfare services in Manitoba or anywhere that were not culturally appropriate to begin with. And so I just want to make sure that as we look at Bill C-92, first of all, I want to commend the way that begins, because the preamble very clearly identifies and recognizes the history and the true issues that exist for our people. But most importantly, it acknowledges the significance of working together to accept and address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. So we know that with the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada, we know what that looks like. We know the residential and day school, 60 scoop, murdered and missing Indigenous women, and the increasing number of Indigenous children in care. And we know that the effects of these tragedies have existed for decades and centuries. So how then do we undo these effects? And that's really what I think any changes in legislation, any proposed bills need to really take into consideration. We need to look at how do we undo these effects, but also how long does that take, considering the trauma and the impact from racism, addictions, mental health, the high number of suicides, homelessness, non-sustainable traditional lands, family and community violence that exists, gang affiliation, and the overrepresentation in the criminal justice system. We have fragmented family units and a disconnection from land, culture, and identity that continues to inflict our people. The current mental health, and we acknowledge that it is Mental Health Week here. I'm not sure if that's across Canada, but the current mental health of Indigenous peoples and the escalating addictions crisis are further symptoms of generational pain and blood memory from trauma. And if we are still living out these effects, and we see them every day on our streets, in our cities, and in our services, then how does the child welfare system move from a protection mindset and practice? If we recognize that the truth is the entry point for reconciliation, then what brings us to reconciliation beyond that first step of telling our truths? If we say no more Band-Aids, that we want to see legislation that allows us to reveal so that we can heal, then it must be recognized that the reveal is our truth of generational accounts of government policies and historic wrongdoings. So how do we move forward into reconciliation without a focus on healing? And what does that healing look like? Because from our own individual value base, it's going to look different. Some might think that an apology is the road to healing. Residential school payouts is a road to healing. Changes in legislation itself is a road to healing. Well, we can all agree that healing is a process of becoming healthy, but it isn't a one-size-fits-all. Healing is the purging of a lot of emotional pain and trauma, generations of it. Healing and the anticipated transformation needs to be recognized as a journey, and it needs to be a place where people feel safe to be able to tell their stories, and it needs to be offered through positive solution planned options that support healing. So everything that we talk about prevention, about support, and it needs to be offered in recognizing that in fitting with Jordan's principle, there needs to be jurisdictional accessibility to these services, and that there needs to be accountability and support from each level of government for the funding and provision of these services. Yes?
You've run out of time.
Okay, can I just have one final statement?
Go ahead.
Then? Okay, so most importantly, I want to say that we know that our child welfare system is only one portion of service, and that we really are in full support of what we're seeing as a beginning step with Bill C-92. But we're only one service to the whole realm of this journey. All of the other services under justice, education, health, mental health, they all need to see similar type of legislative changes. And I thank you very much for your time.
All right. And now we're moving to Métis Child and Family and Community Services, and we have Greg Bissant, Executive Director. They're at the same location. Welcome, and you can start anytime that you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you all today and for your work on this important topic and legislation. I'd also like to thank our Indigenous elders, leaders, and politicians who have assisted in bringing the issues faced by Indigenous people when working with and for the welfare of Indigenous children. I would especially like to thank the leadership of the Métis people, both nationally, and provincially for supporting Bill C-92. For the Métis people, most especially, this bill can lead to substantive and meaningful change. I've had the honor of being the Executive Director of Métis Child, Family and Community Services in Manitoba for only the past 1.5 years. And I came to this role after working within and around child welfare systems for more than 25 years and have seen many changes in that time. And I've worked in 3 different provinces during that time. In child welfare, we see ourselves as helpers, and one of the important lessons that we all learn eventually is that without hope, there is no change. And Bill C-92 gives me hope that we can finally have a child welfare system truly designed and controlled by Indigenous people. Métis Child, Family and Community Services, for those that are unfamiliar, is a fully delegated child welfare agency, and we deliver services in the city of Winnipeg, as well as in the Interlake and Eastman regions of Manitoba. Our specific mandate is to deliver services for Métis and Inuit, although the structure of devolved services in Manitoba is such that we also serve some non-Indigenous and First Nations people. As a fully delegated agency, we provide services both to families to prevent children from entering care, but also to families as they work towards reunification of children in temporary or permanent care. We also have currently 929 of the children in care that Ms. Shibler, of the 1,200 that Ms. Shibler referred to, are in my agency's care. We are a very large agency. This number of children in care for us has remained generally stable for the last 5 years, but it's disturbing that the proportion of those children who have been permanently removed from their parents is steadily increasing. At the end of the last fiscal year, 668 of these 929 children were in permanent care. In our agency, we still support families to have regular involvement and meaningful engagement with their children, even though they're in permanent care. They see them as much as weekly. Hopefully they're placed within their families, and those families are involved in every important decision regarding them. It's a very important principle that we follow within our agency. The reason for this change in the proportion of children in care being more permanent than temporary is not only we're working hard to reduce the number of children coming into care through apprehension or through temporary orders, but permanent orders are relatively long-lasting, and so that's the main piece of that. But there's systemic issues within our legislation and the justice-related systems which have really impacted how children end up staying in care. For you, those of you familiar with the state of child welfare in Manitoba, you'll recognize that we've been in a state of crisis for many years, despite having traveled a path towards devolving powers to Indigenous agencies more than a decade ago. So some would see this as a cautionary tale about empowering Indigenous people. I would counter that it's cautionary insofar as Manitoba did not go nearly far enough with meaningful sharing of powers. And Bill C-92 provides a mechanism to resolve this. Currently, as a fully delegated agency, we can do what any other child welfare agency in the province can do. And that's the problem. We can't do things differently. We have to do what child welfare has always done. And the legislation in Manitoba is set up to, once children enter care, the only exit point is adoption. And that's, unless for those children that we can have a guardianship application for. But the legislation supports adoption and the funding structure supports adoption. And we cannot follow that path. When a child comes into care in Winnipeg, it's long been the policy that children be placed with their family or extended family. It's been that way precisely as C-92 proposes. It's been that way for decades. And we have 270 related family caregivers in our agency. But before a decision is ever made that a child must come into care, we've created a family conferencing program to support and engage families and extended families. And in many cases, the families themselves are the ones involved in the decision to have the children leave their parents' care. And they've come up with their own plan for that child's care. Even though the provincial policy is for children to be placed with family, we receive no dedicated funding from the province of Manitoba for either our kinship care program or our family conferencing program. Instead, I have to divert funding meant for child protection staff. Instead, the province funds shelters and emergency care foster homes through private agencies. The vast majority of the children in these third-party homes are Indigenous, and yet the vast majority of these homes are not. As a result, we have had young Métis children speak Tagalog as their first language, and teenagers tell us that they're Filipino, not Métis. We've had other children raised on traditional Mennonite colonies or within traditional Mennonite communities, and this has been a fact since devolution. This continuing practice of funding third-party care providers rather than funding culturally appropriate agencies is continuing the process of colonization. The historic funding structures and relationships simply do not match the outcomes that we are trying to achieve. This bill would allow us to work around these remnants of the colonizing structures and processes to further create specific Métis resources. Another example of a Métis specific resource which has received considerable attention is our Live-In Family Enhancement Program. Within these homes, children live in a foster home along with their parent, ensuring that attachment is never broken or can be restored if they had previously been separated. I want to emphasize the incredible hard work and deep caring that is so prevalent within the child welfare system across the country. Listening to some critics, one would have to agree with the provincial MLA who expressed to me in the context of a legislative review in Manitoba that social workers act like they are crazy. Child welfare systems are supposed to be designed to help families and protect children. People working within child welfare were attracted to it because they want to support families and protect children. Yet we're caught between finely written principles we wholeheartedly believe in and the dangerous situations that we find children to be in, with the only solutions that are funded by mainstream government being the removal of children from their family and nation and bringing our own people into an intimidating court system they have only experienced as being punitive towards them. By supporting Indigenous people to create alternative solutions, Bill C-92 creates hope, and as noted earlier, with hope we can create change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for those presentations. I think that we'll have a good round of questioning. We're going to begin with MP Dan Vandel, leads off the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to all three presenters. I appreciate the time you've taken. I only have 7 minutes, so if I cut you off, don't be offended. It's because I just want to get to another question. I'm going to start with Clément Chartier. Mr. Chartier, Senator Murray Sinclair called the co-development process around this bill a model for truth and reconciliation's calls to action. And yet, around this table, we've heard from several groups saying that the co-development process has been lacking. Can you talk about the process from your perspective and offer your thoughts on that, please?
Thank you. Well, from the perspective of the Métis Nation, it really could not have worked in any other manner. We have a national government. We have 5, for your sake, provincial governments. We call them governing members. We have our institutions in place, and we were fully engaged at all levels in dealing with this process with the federal government in recognition of Section 35 and, of course, the right of self-determination, including the inherent right of self-government.
So in the traditional territory of the Métis Nation, which is parts of Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, those territories were engaged and know about the legislation?
Yes, in fact, well, our homeland covers the 3 prairie provinces and extends into a small portion of northwestern Ontario, northeast BC, and the Northwest Territories, northern United States. We've had national conferences and we've had provincial consultations and regional consultations. So yes, we have been, fully embracing our citizens.
I also appreciate the fact that you mentioned that this is the beginning process. The engagement needs to continue, and from our perspective, we're committed to that co-development process as this unfolds. To Billy Schribbler, welcome. Obviously, you've read this bill.
Yes, correct.
Okay. My question to you is it the whole crux of the bill is to put more focus on prevention, less on the removal of children. Is it possible to redirect dollars for which were originally aimed, that are being used for the removal of children towards prevention without compromising that role of child protection and making sure kids are not abused?
I think that it's critical, and thank you very much for that question, because as my colleague Greg Besant has noted, we currently have other services within and attached to our child welfare system that we aren't mandated to provide any other means of support to our children without having to utilize those services, and those services are taking a great portion of our finances. So this is where we're supporting a lot of our Group 2 resources that provide foster care to our children that are not culturally appropriate. And with all of the dollars that are being eaten up in those ways, and in the separation of children and their parents, diverting dollars back and doing some of the innovative things that we're stealing from Peter to pay Paul, basically what it comes down to, in order to do some very creative things to keep families together. That's where everything needs to move. Everything needs to move towards that.
Okay, thank you. Greg, you mentioned a couple of programs that Métis Child and Family runs that really are not. Could you explain more on that, on the dilemma you're in?
Okay. Yes. We run both a kinship care program, which involves our supporting our related caregivers. And we have a very large kinship care program, and we're very proud of it. We receive no funding from the province to support those homes, yet third-party providers are funded to the point of one social worker for every 8 beds, and to support their foster homes, and we receive 0 foster or child care workers.
Kinship care program, briefly.
Yeah, so that's kinship. So kinship, make sure that children are in a related caregiver home, that related caregiver is supported, and problems that result are cleared up. With our Métis Connect program, that's our family conferencing program. We have 2 family conference facilitators who help arrange a family conference for any child that's in care, or when children are at risk of coming into care, and we help families find alternative solutions to children coming into care, and those families generally do find other methods of support for that. And once again, that's an unfunded program.
Sure. Another question for Billy. You made the comment that the province of Manitoba did devolve Child and Family Services, I think, in the early turn of the century, and yet you say they've never fully devolved. The whole point of that devolution was to better serve children, yet child welfare removals are at an all-time high. Can you talk about the reason for that?
Certainly,
Minute
thank
to
you.
respond. Just 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. So we have, let's just go back to what Greg was saying. Right now, we spent about $10 million annually on Group 2 resources and other services that are not culturally appropriate, that are not part of supporting families in their healing journey and keeping children and families together. So we've been brought to the table through devolution 15 years ago as an active partner in the planning, but we haven't been given the opportunity to determine how those dollars can be used to help our families with their healing and keep them together.
And if I may add, the ancillary parts of the system, like such as justice, we're still bringing families before European-based court processes rather than a reconciliation type process. And judges are the ones that make decisions to have children stay in care.
With legislation that confines the amount of time that you can work to help a family to heal. You run out of time, the child's made a permanent order.
So we'll move now to MP Arnold Bearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Billy, you talked a little bit about fragmented family units, and you seem to insinuate that that was an issue. Could you just expand on that a little bit?
Certainly, thank you. So what we are referring to is basically what Mr. Besant was speaking about, and that was about looking at the difficulty that we have as a system when our funding hasn't been allotted to us to support families. So when you have a generation, let's go back even as far as residential schools. When you go back that far in day schools and you see the separation of children from their families, who do we learn from on our parenting skills? We learn from our parents. Who do we see as being the center of our universe and our purpose for being? Our children. So when you remove the children from the family, who does the children learn from? And then what does that mean when they become parents? And that's our fragment.
For sure. Now, how in this bill would we address that particular issue? Would you say that would be a preamble thing, or would that be in the preventative care part?
Okay. In my mind, that has to definitely be right embedded into the legislation, where we look at how this reflects as part of the Truth and Reconciliation, how this reflects, as I had indicated in my presentation, around the healing journey. And if there's families that are on their healing journey and we try and keep them together as we have with our agency program, they can still be supported as being together in many of those instances without there being a fragmentation of the family. That has to be provided through funding, and it has to be clear in legislation that everything is focused on prevention and support rather than the other way around.
Okay. So what I'm getting, like Section 14 of the bill talks about priority in preventative care, and it's a fairly short piece. And would you recommend that there be help to parents essentially at that point?
Absolutely. And I think, when we look at the bill, we look at this as being a starting point on any of the, changes in legislation, because as our president of our Métis National Council indicated, there has to be the ongoing collaboration around how the wording and how this affects all of our Indigenous people. And we don't need a legislation given to us again. We need to be part of the development of that legislation, and it needs to reflect those things, our realities. Thank you.
Mr. Cartier, one of the things that's going to be a little bit interesting with this legislation is how do we address First Nations versus Métis distinctions, I guess, is what we've talked about it with a number of other folks as well, but given the fine line between Métis and First Nations, is this bill going to clear up those jurisdictional issues, or will it exacerbate that jurisdictional issue?
Well, my view of this is that this bill is based on the right of self-determination, based on Section 35, based on the inherent right of self-government. For the Métis Nation, as I stated earlier, it's going to be simple. We know who our citizens are. We have our own registries. We are registering our own people. And for us to move forward, we'll simply be dealing with the citizens of the Métis Nation as our registration process continues. And I can't speak on behalf of, how First Nations are going to, approach, their forms of government and how they're going to deal with Child and Family Services. But for the Métis Nation, we have a distinct geographic homeland. Some of our citizens live outside of the homeland. we will have to look at ways and means of serving those people who have moved to other parts of Canada, but it won't be insurmountable. But for us, it will be relatively easy to do.
Mm-hmm. Now, the question comes in is then, for people that are registered as your members, that's simple. But what happens when, in the real world, one of your members might marry a First Nations status person, right? And now they have a child. Where does the claim go with that child, essentially? Right?
First of all, we don't have members. We have citizens of the Métis Nation who are represented by their governments. I'm the head of the national government in the same way that you have a prime minister. Our government has the same legitimacy under the Canada's Constitution that the federal and provincial governments do. We're one of 3 orders of government in this country, and we will be dealing with our citizens as such. And we leave it to the individual to make a choice. If they want to identify with the First Nation people, then they're free to do that. If they want to retain their citizenship, unfortunately, our good friend Georgina Jolibois is out of the room. She's quite familiar, with this whole aspect of things. For example, she comes from the Métis village of La Loche, which is side by side with the First Nations Clearwater River Dene Nation. In fact, my son is the chief of the Clearwater River Dene Nation through his mom, who's a status treaty Dene woman. And so all my grandchildren and great-grandchildren are all status Indians of the Dene people. If one of them decided that they wanted to leave their Indian status and join the Métis community, they would be free to do that because they will have historic Métis Nation ancestry. So again, it's a matter of choice.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. It's just that a lot of times a child that's in care might be 3 months old. It's fairly difficult for that particular person to identify as which nation they want to belong to.
Yes, I agree with that, and we'll have to put in place measures to ensure that there are guardians or someone in charge of that child that will preserve that child's right to make a determination when that child, reaches the ability to make that determination.
Thank you.
So we are on to Rachel Blaney, MP Rachel Blaney.
Well, it's nice to see a new chair in the seat. Thank you very much. Very short, but it was good. So one of the concerns that we've heard from multiple witnesses, and I will be asking all of you to answer this question, is around making sure that within the legislation there's actual wording and language around principles of funding. We understand that putting a dollar amount doesn't make sense because there's a process that has to unfold. But numerous witnesses have said if we don't have a clear principle of what that funding might look like, something similar perhaps to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decision, that this could end up being a hollow piece of legislation. All of us, I think, in this room understand that resources are desperately needed to address the many issues as have been outlined for us so clearly with your testimony. So if I could start with you, Mr. Chartier.
Thank you. That's a good question. We did have that in our discussions as we were co-developing this legislation. And basically, my view was, and our view is, that as we move forward, we will be negotiating, those levels of resources required for our governments to be able to handle or deal with child and family services. But if Parliament was prepared to put in a principle of funding, then we wouldn't be opposed to that. Something to the effect that equitable funding or funding required to enable Indigenous governments to carry out their responsibilities is necessary. Whatever terminology is there, that's fine. But in the absence of terminology, we believe that any government that of the day, would be prepared to negotiate, levels that are required for, Indigenous governments to be able to fulfill their obligations. I have faith, in the system, and that it's going to work.
Thank you. Billy or Greg, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that, you know, as it notes in the preamble, the ongoing call for that funding, that it's sustainable, that it's needs-based and consistent with the principles of equality in order for it to have long-term positive outcomes for our families and our communities. I think that says a great deal of where we need to go with that without attaching a dollar amount to it. And so, again, yes, I would suggest that this needs to move from the preamble right into wording within the legislation so that we're all really, really clear that it's not just repeating things that have not been effective for us in the past. And that we know that everything needs to shift, and we know that it needs to shift into those preventative models. And we can't determine the dollar amounts that need to be attached to that at this point in time. But I think if we look at what we're currently paying throughout our systems in each province towards keeping children away from their families and not providing support, I think that if we look at it not just based on what's happening within our child welfare system, look at what's happening within our institutions, whether it's addictions or correctional facilities, those are all results of child welfare. Okay, so when you're looking at all the dollars that go into funding those services, those can all be generated in a different way of prevention. You'll see a lot of different changes and outcomes for those other systems as well.
Thank you. Anything else to add, Greg, or can I move on to the next question?
We can move on. Thank you.
Okay, so another issue that's come forward that you spoke to, both of you, Greg and Billy, was around what's happening through engaging with the different systems. So there's been a concern brought forward that there should be funding and support to train frontline workers and to work with judges as this is starting to be implemented to make sure that they deal appropriately with the jurisdictional issues. And I'm just wondering, I think this is a concern that a lot of us have seen already unfold, but with this new piece of legislation, making sure that people on the ground actually understand who they should be calling. And I think it also goes back to a comment said earlier about notifying the Métis Nation when a child is put into care. So I think it's all of these things together. I'm just wondering if you have any concerns about how that process will unfold and how training will unfold for those key people.
I think that when we deliver child welfare services, the legislative path for us is to be very, very clear on how that service is delivered, because that's what everybody relies on. And if you're dealing with provincial legislation currently that does not outline that as a necessity, that notification to our Métis services that a family has come to their attention, then there's no mechanism for us to become involved at the onset. There's no mechanism for Greg's services of his Family Connect to send people out scouting for family throughout different communities that we know may be related to those children. It's not hard. We've done it in the past where we've received phone calls that say, this is a family that, has come to our attention. The child and the family may have come from these communities. They say they have family members out there. Can you help us with this? Wow, boom, boom. It's amazing how that moccasin telegraph can work when you're looking for people. It takes no time at all for us to locate, even when we have to cross geographic borders into another province, which are not our borders, by the way, but we have to do that, and that can be done. So that's going to be a very important piece of it.
Thank you.
You only have 20 seconds.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Moving it from that rights-based mentality is important. Métis people don't have, under our provincial legislation, a right of notice as First Nations people do, and that's happening right in the heart of the Métis homeland is unbelievable. And educating judges is always a difficulty. I believe that there would be broad support amongst the judiciary for some changes towards empowering Indigenous people, but that would be a challenge. Getting it to the frontline people, and really educating our nation itself about this would be very major piece of work for us, so that we can ensure that our people are getting the services that they have a right to.
Thank you. All right, the final question goes to MP Rob. Pardon me?
11:29.
Yes, we don't want to delay. Yes. MP Ouellette.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I just have a quick question for Mr. Chartier. How will the Métis Nation be able to actually pass legislation? What's the organization exactly look like? How will you ensure that your legislation is robust? And I was just wondering, does this actually fulfill also the dream of Louis Riel and Gabriel Dumont?
Thank you for that question. We do have our governmental bodies, our institutions that currently are capable of passing legislation, and we do intend to, pass legislation to deal with child and family services. So for us, we have the institution. It's simple for us to move forward and pass those kinds of legislation. And yes, as we move forward in terms of expressing our self-determination, including the inherent right of self-government, it will honor the sacrifices, the memories of our past leaders, including Louis Riel and Gabriel Dumont, the many dozens who sacrificed their lives in defending the historic Métis Nation.
Sorry, we've run out of time. Thank you very much, Miigwech, for coming out, for participating. Appreciate it. And thank you for being here in person. It's always good to see you. And we're going to take just a very short break to change panels and get started again, because we've seen a trend of running out of time. So really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Suspend. It's very generous. Committee back into session. Good morning, everybody. We are televised, and for all of those Canadians who are watching, you are watching the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Standing Committee of Canada, and we're discussing the very important issue of how we treat Indigenous children and families, and how some of the statistics indicate that indeed it has been a failure. So we want to hear from you. We have experts on video conference and in person to talk about Bill C-92. You have an opportunity to speak for 10 minutes. After that, the other member who is on the panel will have 10 minutes. Ultimately, when all the presentations are done, we'll go into Q&A, questions from the members. And I will try and give you signals when you're getting close to your time limit. So let's get started. In front of us, we have the Quebec Native women, Vivian Michel. And Eloise, welcome.
There's been a change. I'm Myriam Filion.
What did she say?
She's not...
Communications officer for QNW.
Oh, you're not Eloise.
No, I'm not Eloise.
Okay, we'll try and get a different name for you because your name tag is wrong. Well, welcome to the committee, and not to waste any more time, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, Vice Presidents, members of the committee.
avant de débuter, j'aimerais prendre un instant.
Before starting, I would like to thank the Anishinaabe Nation for welcoming us in their vast, unceded territory. Quebec Native Women is a bilingual, not-for-profit organization that promotes the rights of Indigenous women of the 10 nations in Quebec and in urban areas. On behalf of all of our members, I would like to thank the Standing Committee for this invitation to share our opinions on Bill C-92. I would like to start by saying that Quebec Native Women welcomes the intention to affirm Indigenous people's rights to exercise their jurisdiction regarding child and family welfare. Quebec Native Women states that C-92 should focus on three main priorities: recognizing, first and foremost, our rights to autonomy. In the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, we recognize our responsibility for educating our children and for their well-being. That needs to include that we are the people who understand the needs of our children and the needs of Indigenous families. We have the knowledge, the necessary knowledge to help them on their way. Our children are sacred, and we believe that our communities are the best equipped to take care of them. Excuse me. Vivian?
Translation is having trouble keeping up with you, so I'm going to ask you to please provide a little time for the catch-up. Merci beaucoup.
Because I have a big, this is a big challenge, okay? Short time for my speech.
We'll try and be generous.
J'ai dû couper encore mon speech.
I had to cut down on my speech at least 2 or 3 times already. So recognizing our rights to autonomy. In the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, we recognize our rights to conserve the responsibility of educating and taking care of our children. This needs to include a formal recognition that we are the ones who best understand the needs of our children and of Indigenous families. We have the necessary knowledge to help them. Our children are sacred, and we believe that our communities are the best place to take care of them and their needs. Now, for reparation. It's no longer a secret that there are decades of assimilation that have caused harm to Indigenous people. This harm is being transmitted from generation to generation. It takes a long time to heal from this, and this healing, the government is responsible for it. They are responsible for the harm that was caused to us. So they need to recognize that we can take care of our children. They need to respect that and celebrate that. That doesn't mean that the government can just put aside its responsibilities towards our nations. This matter of jurisdiction is important for our children, and it needs to come with concrete measures in order to ensure the reparation of harm caused by colonialism. Now, equality. The government has maintained the status quo that is unfair and has been unfair for too long, because even now, Indigenous children do not have the same rights as other children because they are Indigenous. It's unfair because of their needs, because of their history. However, resources for them are not well adapted and are hard to access. To repeat what was said by the Human Rights Tribunal in their decision in 2016, real equality and international obligations for Canada require that children from First Nations living on reserves should receive services for children and for families, and the quality and the accessibility to these services need to be similar to services offered to all Canadians living on or off reserve. And so these services need to be adequately funded in order to respond to the needs of children and families of First Nations. It needs to not create a historic disadvantage. With these three principles, I will now be commenting on Bill C-92. I hope that this will help guide any necessary amendments before it is adopted. We have been waiting for this bill for a long time, and we are hoping that the impact will be important for the families and the children. I will talk about three main things: funding, Jordan's Principle, and the living conditions of Indigenous children. Firstly, funding. You all know that funding is really at the heart of the issue here. Without the necessary resources, it will be impossible for our nations to implement the policies regarding exercising jurisdiction for families and children. The current state of affairs is known and has been known since the decision in 2016 by the Canadian Tribunal on Human Rights. Indigenous children are victims of racial discrimination in Canada because of underfunding for child services in Indigenous communities. In such a context where we violate the rights of children in our communities, we were quite surprised and disappointed to note that Bill C-92 does not mention funding. The preamble recognizes the constant requests for funding for child and family services. We want it to be stable, based on needs, sustainable, that respond to current needs. But nowhere in this bill do we talk about funding or provisions that state clearly that a request will be answered. Here, we're not talking about policies, we're talking about human rights. These are non-negotiable and are mandatory. And so, Bill C-92 needs to have concrete engagements by the federal government regarding equitable funding for child and family services in Indigenous areas, and it needs to comply with the decision of the Human Rights Tribunal of Canada. Nothing underneath the minimal threshold will be acceptable for Quebec Native women. Secondly, the Jordan Principle. I would like to highlight the call to action number 3. We ask that the different orders of government implement Jordan's Principle fully. I would like to remind you that the Canadian Tribunal of Human Rights repeated many times that Canada must fully implement Jordan's Principle. However, we don't talk about this principle in C-92. What is Jordan's Principle? It's a principle by which no services or care should be refused or interrupted or offered too late to an Indigenous child because of jurisdictional conflicts. But however, the reality that we see is not that. Too many children are still stuck in a bureaucratic situation. Quebec Native women noticed that Section 3 for equality in Bill C-92 in paragraph E states that no conflict of jurisdiction should slow access to care to a child or to families. And so, we would like you to amend Bill C-92 in order to include Jordan's Principle in its implemented fully. It needs to be implemented by all of the different government services, including services for children and families. Regarding socioeconomic status, there's an overrepresentation in child care services, and we need to take that into account when we talk about other issues that affect the well-being of Indigenous children. We've noticed that Section 15 of the bill states that poverty, lack of housing or infrastructure should not motivate a decision in order to put a child into foster care. Such a provision is important, but it does not solve any of the underlying problems. We want to solve this problem of overrepresentation of children in child protective services, and we want to ensure their well-being. And so we should have a holistic approach that really takes into account all of the issues that impact our nations. This should include an obligation in the bill, and so the government and the provinces will need to make sure to make the situation better for Indigenous families and children. This needs to be applied to all Indigenous children, whether they live on reserve or off reserve, whether they have status or not. That way we can ensure true equality, and we can really work on prevention. Section 21 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and Canada ratified this. And so, Quebec Native Women has the following recommendations for Bill C-92. Include specific provisions in this bill on funding of services to children and to families in Indigenous nations to ensure stable, lasting funding that responds to current needs. 2, amend the bill in order to include Jordan's Principle as something that would be legally binding for all of the government actors regarding all types of services and care for Indigenous children. And 3, incorporate in this bill positive obligations for the Canadian government and for the provinces in order for them to take all the necessary measures to make the socio-economic status of Indigenous children and families better, including Indigenous people who live off reserve and in urban cities. I would like to remind you that you have the chance today to make a difference in your country. Don't miss out. The well-being of thousands of children depends on it. Don't let policies allow you to forget who you're working for. You're working for children so that they have a dignified life. Thank you.
We are now moving to Vancouver, where it's still fairly early for you to come to the video conference site, so we appreciate that. And we will hear from Raven McCallum, and you're on video conference. So please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raven McCallum. I'm Haida and British on my mom's side and Métis on my father's. I was born and raised in Vancouver, and I now live in Victoria on the territory of the Lekwungen speaking peoples. I've been a youth advisor with the Ministry of Children and Family Development's Youth Advisory Council for almost 4 years. The Youth Advisory Council is a group of former youth in care who provide advice and recommendations to the ministry based on their experiences and stories. Thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts regarding Bill C-92. It is an honor, and I'm grateful that the youth voice is being heard as part of the reflection on Bill C-92. Overall, I find Bill C-92 to be a step toward necessary changes that need to occur. However, I do take issue with some of the material. I will provide my insights describing both the highlights and areas for development. But before I begin, I feel that as a youth representative, I need to share a bit about my personal story in order to provide context to my understanding of Bill C-92. I was raised both in the care of the Ministry of Children and Family Development and a delegated Aboriginal agency. Prior to moving into care, I lived with my grandmother and my mother. When I lived with my family, I grew up knowing that I was Haida and Métis and spent my time surrounded by Indigenous family and friends. While I was in care, I had almost no connection to my culture until I was a teenager. Some homes disregarded my culture and many reinforced stereotypical notions of what it means to be Indigenous, and others who made small attempts assumed it was okay to simply connect me to any Indigenous culture that was not my own. This further discouraged me from participating in culture, and it caused me to feel a loss of connectedness and confusion, even within my own family. My first experiences being reconnected with culture did not happen until I was 17 years old when I went to a Haida homecoming. I was not connected with my Métis culture at any point during my time in care. I met people from my Métis community of Isle La Crosse for the first time last year. My time connecting with Haida Gwaii and Isle La Crosse were some of the most impactful times in my life. The current reality for Métis people in Canada is that our culture often gets brushed under the carpet, particularly if we also belong to another nation. There are many misconceptions about what Métis is, and that results in culture being disregarded. It's a painful experience to believe that a person's identity is not important or is less important than other aspects of their cultural background. Just as much as anyone else, Métis children need to be connected to their community and culture. The significance of my story is that these kinds of experiences are happening to so many young people across the country. Unfortunately, many people aren't as lucky as I am and often go their whole lives not knowing who they are, where they belong, and that they are loved by entire communities. In reflecting upon Bill C-92, I consider whether or not it will aid in overcoming the same barriers to accessing culture and community that I experienced. While I was reviewing it, I asked myself the following questions. Are opportunities being opened for communities to know who and where their children are, and does it support them to bring their children home? Is Métis culture acknowledged to the same extent as others? And are youth voices empowered? There are definitely components of Bill C-92 that will support communities to know where their children are. Section 13B outlines that the Indigenous governing body acting on behalf of the nation to which the child belongs has the right to make representations, which I'm in support of. If my nations had been behind me during these significant legal proceedings, alternative options to staying in non-Indigenous homes may have been created. Section 12, subsection 1 discusses that the service provider must provide notice to the child's parent, as well as to the Indigenous governing body that the child belongs to. I believe that this will allow communities the opportunity to share their thoughts on how to provide the best care possible for children and maybe even create permanency options or offer preventative services. I would hope that this section is applied in all circumstances, and I have questions about what before a significant measure is taken means. In an ideal world, communities would be informed as soon as the child's parents are being investigated before significant measures are needed or even thought of. Additionally, sections 27 to 30 discuss information sharing, which I think is important to ensuring that all levels of government have strong communication channels so that Indigenous children can have the best care possible. Indigenous communities should have the same access to information regarding their children that the provinces and federal government have. Given that there are many Métis communities across Canada and that many Métis people are living in provinces that their family did not originate from, who would be responsible? The Métis group whose province the family lives in, or the province where the family has heritage or extended family in? Métis dynamics are complex, and I don't think there was enough specific focus for Métis people in this bill. Additionally, I did not see any reference about how to approach situations when a child belongs to more than one nation, and I think it's something that is important to acknowledge. We need to know all aspects of our identity. I feel that the youth voice is not reflected very strongly in Bill C-92. The language is complex, and I hope to see documents that are youth-friendly in the future, particularly since the rights of the Indigenous child are highlighted in the bill in Section 3. Section 10, subsection 3D describes that a child should be able to determine the importance of an ongoing relationship with the Indigenous group. My interpretation of this point is that children can choose whether or not they want to be connected to culture and family. Connection to culture and family is a concept that is difficult for even adults to grasp, so how can a child be responsible for this decision? The situation is even more complicated because some children will have been placed in non-Indigenous homes and might feel pressured to live a certain way, and some others have seen negative Indigenous role models, so their ability to decide about this could be skewed. To be blunt, I think that this point might open opportunities to create excuses to decide not to connect a child to culture. I think this paragraph or this section should be omitted entirely, especially considering 3E highlights the fact that the child's views and preferences should be a considered factor in determining their best interest. 3E is a helpful point, and I think it encompasses many things, including relationships that the child chooses to maintain. I would like to move ahead to discuss some of my general comments. My understanding of Section 13A is that care providers are being granted the same level of influence as parents and Indigenous communities in legal proceedings. This makes me very uncomfortable because some of my caregivers have not had my best interest at heart. I would not be comfortable if some of my caregivers had the right to party status in a civil proceeding, particularly without my permission. Given that many care providers are not Indigenous, this also creates imbalances between families and communities. I appreciate that Bill C-92 discusses prioritizing siblings to stay together in Section 15, subsection 2. This is an important point. I was separated from my siblings at a young age, and it was one of the most challenging experiences of my life. It's important to keep siblings together and support permanency and belonging. In summary, I generally support the intent of Bill C-92. I think it is a step in the right direction and has the potential to create meaningful change, with some adjustments to reflect the needs of youth and community. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you very much. We are moving into the question period because although we have tried to find the third presenter, Peter Hogg, we have not done so yet. So we're going to start the questioning with MP Will Amos.
Actually, Dan and I will take the first one. We switch things up. We're going to, and hope that Mr. Hogg will come back.
With MP Mike Bosio.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, presenters, for being here this morning. We greatly appreciate your testimony and your passion around this issue. And of course, it is a very passionate issue. Anytime we're dealing with our children and the future of our children, it has a tendency, myself as being a parent, to get our blood flowing very quickly. I guess I would like to put my first question to Vivian Michel. It's from a consultative standpoint. How did you feel that the government's engagement with the province of Quebec and engagement with your organization around this bill?
Écoutez, je pense que plusieurs.
I think that a lot of Indigenous organizations participated in the consultation process. At our organization, the way that we work for consultations is that we reach out to the different nations. We take the time to explain the situation. And then with the information, we share it with our members. So we're talking about Quebec Native women, and these women then share their recommendations with us. It's not me as a chair of this big organization that's going to decide for all of the nations. It's the members who are going to direct our comments. So that's the way that we work. And we have a set of steps to follow, how we work with the government, how we work with other organizations. The inclusion process is very important for us. The consultation process is very important. And at the end, there's always one last process. We have to see whether or not the final document truly reflects Inumet Nunjigan. That the Indigenous way of thinking does it reflect First Nations? So that's how we work on a daily basis.
So the bill really is the elegance of this bill is that it's a framework, right? Because we don't want the bill to be too prescriptive. We want the bill to be defined by Indigenous peoples itself through their own laws in their own in ensuring that their laws are paramount over provincial or federal laws. And so I know that you've made a number of recommendations on the bill, and I just want to make sure that in those recommendations that you're still honoring the essence of the bill in that it's a framework. And so therefore want to leave as much latitude for Indigenous peoples to drive the creation, implementation, and delivery of services within their own communities.
Évidemment, l'importance, vous êtes quand même.
There's a certain momentum here where we could change history. We're talking about a bill that affects children. And there needs to be inclusion, of course. We are the ones who know our needs. We listen to our young people as well, and there needs to be space for young people, for women, for men, because there's the parental responsibility of our men as well, and ours. And our elders. We're not talking only about a small family. That's a reality for First Nations. It's a whole community that raises a child. And so the real needs and the needs that are lacking, I couldn't repeat it enough. The needs that we are lacking are really obvious in a community. So for 113, it was something that was recognized, and I would like to thank everyone for that. But there's still a lot of work to do to bring about change. And everything that we present, all the recommendations that we present, are based on our realities and based on our needs, of course.
Over to Mr. Vandal.
MP Vandal.
Pour votre présentation passionnée.
I would like to thank you for your passionate speech. You talked about certain key things that are important to you, funding the Jordan's Principle, and I think that you also had a third thing that was important. Could you talk more about that, please? The third thing was to incorporate positive steps that the provinces and the federal government would have to take measures in order to make the social economic status of children, of Indigenous children and families better, including those who live off reserves or in urban cities, because these are realities that we have inside a community and outside of a community. Could you talk about the similarities and the differences about being in or out of a community? I could compare the two. Inside of a community, we know that access to housing could be a problem, access to services, etc. We know that all Indigenous communities, how many are there? 54 in Quebec? We're all in economic survival mode. So access to services, access to education, to health. We don't have a lot of access to these things, so we're in survival mode. That's a reality at the inside of a community. Why? Because inside of a community, there's not enough funding. We are always underfunded, and we know that funding comes from the federal level. And now it's the ping pong match, federal to provincial. Funding is not fair and equitable. When we're talking about the provinces and the federal government, the provinces have to pay more than the federal.
A guest on our video conference, and just a reminder that we have both in person and on the video conference. Moving on to MP Kathy McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses. And I am going to start with Raven McCallum from my home province of British Columbia. So great to see you here. And also, I really appreciate that you are our first witness that has talked about the lived experience. So you are the first youth that we've had here who I think it's been a bit of a gap in terms of our testimony that we've had to date. So could you quickly share with us what the role of the advisory committee is that you're on, number one? And second, was there any conversation with the council that you're on as this bill was being formulated?
So the Ministry of Children and Family Development's Youth Advisory Council started about 4 years ago. And so the objective of the council is to provide advice and recommendations to the ministry. And we also go to different events across the province and we share our stories. So we work with frontline workers, we work with the ministry executive, and I've also worked with the federal government, and I was at the emergency meeting to present. We were actually consulted by the federal government in the development of this bill, as far as I'm aware. There was a session in Victoria where we were asked, what types of changes we would like to see and what would really help us develop as adults. And I think there were a few members of the council who were able to participate in that session.
Great, thank you. My next question, and this has been identified by one witness to date, and I think there's more that have expressed this concern in writing. We know that there is challenges when children age out, and the bill, although it speaks to prenatal care, which it doesn't speak to that issue at all. And so I guess, from your experience with this advisory council, and can you speak more about that particular issue, and do you perceive that there is any role for comments about that within the bill or that to be included?
I'm not sure exactly how that would look, but I do think that it is an important topic. Youth transitions are very complicated, and I think a lot of people slip through the cracks after they turn 19. But I do think that if Indigenous communities are able to connect with their children at a younger age, that they'll have more permanency and connectedness even through their adult years. I would love to see youth be able to stay with their caregivers for longer. I just think that that's kind of the norm in today's world. But otherwise, I think as long as they can be connected to their culture, it's already moving a step in the right direction, because I think a lot of people slip through the cracks because they don't have their identity, they don't know who they are, and they don't know that people love them.
You talked a little bit about sort of the complexity of your background, and you also talked to the issue of more than one nation. And do you have any insight in terms of how you think, is there anything that should be done within this bill now to address that challenge, or is that something that needs to be sort of worked out? It's one of a logistical piece that's going to have to just be worked out down as nations sort of take on the services, because I see it as being a complicated issue.
It is very complicated, and I think that one way that this bill could address it is to maybe mention that the child's full identity is important and that all aspects of their cultural identity need to be honored. And then I do believe that it would have to be up to the nations to discuss what the best way to move forward for the child is.
Okay. So do you have any other sort of comments about this bill? I guess it sounds like all our panels, witnesses in this panel are saying, you know, it's a thumbs up, it's a step in the right direction, but there's going to be challenges as we move forward. Does that summarize? I'll ask both the witnesses that question.
I think there are certain aspects that are challenging, and I think that making these changes would never, like, there's no way that it would ever be easy. So it's a very complicated issue, and given that there are so many nations in this country, it's going to look different for a lot of people. And I think that managing all of that is going to be complicated regardless of what is in the bill. So I think it's really just going to be about continued conversations.
Perhaps I could ask our other witnesses if you have comments on any of the questions that I've asked. Raven McCallum, do you have any comments and things that you want to add to what I've asked?
Évidemment, j'aimerais quand même rajouter que
I would like to add that I'm going to talk about funding yet again. In C92, there is no mention of funding. There is no engagement to help the situation of children. If we want our children to age well, we need to give them that sense of belonging to their community, to their language, to their culture, to life in a community. Because we cannot take a child from their community or take them away from their identity. If we want a child to grow up well, with all of these values that I talked about, I think that funding needs to be at the heart of that in order to give them access to their language, because more and more children are going through an identity crisis, and the problems that causes are significant. But again, we don't talk about funding in C92. You want us to solve this problem, but we need to do so the right way. And in order to do that, we would need adequate funding.
Moves to MP Rachel Blaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you all so much for being here today. One of the concerns that's come up repeatedly in the testimony, and it's going to be good because it's asking about funding, is looking at the reality that this is a framework piece of legislation, and that one of the things that's missing from it is the principles to funding. So instead of asking for a dollar amount to be attached to the legislation, but asking for clear principles to be in the legislation that are holding all of us in this place to account. And we had testimony from Cindy Blackstock, who said really the best principles would be the ones that came from the Human Rights Tribunal decision. Just put that in the legislation. And there's also other testimony that talks about what's in the preamble and saying move it from the preamble, put it into the legislation. So I'm just wondering if I could ask all of you what your thoughts are on having the principles of funding actually rate in the legislation. And if I could start here, and then I'll come to you in Victoria.
Moi, j'aimerais quand même.
I would like to remind you that in Section 21 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that Canada ratified this agreement. This document reflects the vision of First Nations. So it has information on health, on education, even for more existential things. I think that there's truth to be found in the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. So Canada ratified this, but we're still not applying it. We're in 2019. I think that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is at its 10th anniversary, and what have we done since then?
Sorry, could you ask the question again?
So this is framework legislation, and in the legislation, there's actually nothing that has any principles of funding. So it's been mentioned before that the funding is not really in the legislation. There's some principles to the funding in the preamble, which is not part of the legislation. And then, of course, there's the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal on the Indigenous children and care, and it has some clear principles put forth by that group. So I'm just asking, should we actually have principles within the legislation that hold the government to account to make sure that Indigenous children across this country get fair and equitable funding?
I do think that that funding needs to be in place for communities to be able to provide the same level of service as provincial governments or DAAs, because otherwise it's creating imbalances, and communities just simply don't have that same level of funding. So I do think that it should be something that is reflected in this bill.
So, Raven, I also you spoke a lot about young people who are from more than one Indigenous community and the challenge of making sure that they actually get connected to their identity in those multiple communities. And I think that is going to be a challenge going forward. I'm just wondering if you have any recommendations. Should all communities that all the communities that helped create who you are or create an Indigenous child, should they all be notified if the child is about to go into care or is in care, just so that they can continue to build some of those relationships?
I do think that all nations should be notified. I think they should all be able to have access to the information, and they should be able to communicate with each other. They should have that ability. I think that this notion of only one community being notified or only one community being aware, usually in my mind it would probably be based on status. I don't think that is an Indigenous way of looking at things. I think that that's kind of a Western way that's been determined by the federal government, and I don't see that as fair, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, and I think, and I'd like to ask both of you this question. I only have a few minutes left, but I think the issue of identity is really important here. And I think about, for example, in my community, you know, when I go home, people say, "Who are you?" And I say, "This is who my grandmother is." And then they say, "Oh, I knew your great uncle. I knew your," and then there's that sense of community and relation. So even when you're new and you've been away for a long time, there's always a way to figure out who you are. And I think that sense of community and belonging is really important. So I'm just wondering, is this legislation encompass that idea of identity and of knowing that when you go home, the people are always there to find you? I don't know who wants to go first. Raven, should I start with you?
So you're talking about identity?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Well, I think that identity is really important, and it is a complex issue, and I don't think that anyone should be trying to determine what that is for an individual. I don't think that that is government's place. I think that that's up to the Indigenous community and the child. I think that the child usually knows who they are, and if they don't, it's because of the history that exists. And I think most people end up wanting to know where they are. A lot of people become adults and they're in a constant search for their identity, and that's a really terrible place to be. So if people can connect with all aspects of who they are, then they will have a stronger sense of community. They'll know that they are loved, and they'll have a lot more support throughout their entire life.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Very, very, very short. Je suis née de deux cultures.
I have two cultures. My father is Quebecois and my mother is Innu, and I'm from the Innu Nation. I grew up, or rather, I had that privilege. I can speak my language. I know my culture. I am recognized as an Innu woman. There are other people that did not have this chance. They did not have contact with the community because we are in a colonial system, because we inherited the Indian Act, whereby if you leave your community, you no longer have access to services that your community has. And so we have inherited a heritage of assimilation. And so, yes, we need to take down this colonialism. We need to get rid of this heritage of colonialism. And we need to recognize that a child, whether they're in a community or outside of a community, that these children have needs in health, in education, and they also need to have those ties of belonging with a community.
Really appreciate it. Your words will be part of the official record for the committee and all Canadians to read. Thank you very much, Miigwech. Thank you. And we're going to suspend for a couple minutes and then bring together our final panel of 4 presenters. Thank you. I want to welcome you to the Indigenous Northern Affairs Standing Committee of Parliament, and we are addressing the status and future of Indigenous children in Canada, something that statistics and hearings that we've heard from that we failed to do. And this bill, C-92, attempts to address some of these issues. So very important work. We're glad that you're here with us, and glad to see you, Mr. Hogg. We were anxious to hear your words on the constitutional aspects of this bill. So we are going to begin. There is 10 minutes allowed per presentation, but if you take less, it allows for more questions and interaction from the MPs. But and I will indicate when you're getting close to your maximum allowable time. So each presenter will have up to 10 minutes, and then we will go to questions. We're beginning with Saskatchewan, Saskatoon Tribal Council, and in front of us we have Chief Mark Arcand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Tanse, Nanaskaman, Kakio, Petaxinia, Kota to territory of the Algonquin people. What I said was, hi, thank you for all gathering here on Algonquin territory. It's a pleasure to be here today. The reason why I'm here today is to show support on Bill C-92. And the reason why we're doing that from the Saskatoon Tribal Council is to put in first and foremost the children in the center. Children have to be the primary reason why this bill needs to be passed. When we look at the situations that occurred with the Saskatoon Tribal Council and some of the history, so MPs sitting around the table know what happens in Saskatchewan, is something historic that the Saskatoon Tribal Council has done with Premier Scott Moe and the provincial government. In June of 2016, the Saskatoon Tribal Council lost their delegation authority and lost the ability to take care of their children. If we back up one step further, we know about the residential school era, we know about the 60 scoops, etc., that has affected our people. What we've done since June of 2016 has sat down with Minister Paul Merriman, who I believe is doing good work in Saskatchewan, and Minister and Premiers of the Cabinet of Saskatchewan, working with us as the Saskatoon Tribal Council to make a difference in our children's lives. And the reason that I can say that is because when I was elected in October of 2017, I sat down and had a coffee with Minister Paul Merriman to talk about our situation. 18 months later, we've created one of the historic agreements in Saskatchewan, what I call knocking down a brick wall with the provincial government and creating a reconciliation agreement for child family services for our children, which gives us the jurisdiction to get our children home. Now, that jurisdiction is not going to happen tomorrow. It's a process that happens anywhere from tomorrow to 3-5 years at the community's pace. However, in saying that, it's a partnership in working together. It's really a collaboration. We've set up some leaders forums, which means myself, our chiefs, will sit with the ministers talking about how we can improve that. Second piece is the technical working group that allows our technicians to do the work and make sure that there's an opportunity for our children to be safe. So when I say that, I really have to emphasize today that the nation-to-nation relationship, the government-to-government relationship is with the province and the chiefs that I represent. They're the ones that signed the delegation agreement for the safety of our kids, the well-being of our kids. That's the most important piece to all of this because those are the stakeholders of the children. It's their views. I'm the voice of our leaders to come here today and ensure that Bill C-92 moves forward in regards to those directions because it's imperative that we break a cycle that has not been favorable to First Nations children in our province. In Saskatchewan, we have probably the second most cases of children in care. But again, I'm going to sit here and brag about our relationship with the province because it's important. People need to understand that we are working together for what's best for our children. Now, other First Nations could be upset with us, some could be supportive, and that's okay. That's their opinion. But our opinion is we have to build partnerships and relationships, as we've done with the federal and provincial governments. And to us, it's meaningful because it's building bridges. We have to work together. And in order to do that, Bill C-92 gives us that ability to, in Section 20, to call everybody together to really make an emphasis on what we're doing together for children. And I'll give you an example. We currently work in the city of Saskatoon under Saskatoon Tribal Council with the province. We run 6 homes for them for Ministry of Social Services. 6 homes. Currently, 3 of those kids in those homes out of 45 are from my tribal council. So we take care of other kids. We follow every rule, every regulation. We meet and exceed all the expectations from the provincial government to run those homes. So to us at the Saskatoon Tribal Council and our chiefs, we're accountable, we're transparent. We're doing what's best for children. But now it's the opportunity to take care of our own children. Currently, we have 300 kids in care within the province from my tribal council. We have a plan to repatriate those kids home. We plan to bring in another 10 homes and follow all the rules and regulations of the province, but also applying our rules and regulations from our nations. So it's working together and respecting those rules and regulations that leads us to jurisdiction of our kids. The second piece is, when we look at this whole process, I really have to give credit to Premier Scott Moe and to Minister Paul Merriman and to the Cabinet of Saskatchewan for taking a chance on the Saskatoon Tribal Council and building that relationship and that partnership with us. It's not too favorable in our province, but at this same point, if we don't sit across a table like this and talk about it, we're not going to get things done. We all have to work together. It doesn't matter who the kids are, where they come from. It's about the safety of those children. Because when you look at the youth justice system in our province, 90% plus boys and girls incarcerated, First Nations children. 90%. They in turn lead to the correctional center. I'm working in the correctional center right now with First Nations men to better their lives so they can go home and take care of their children, because it's leading to broken families, and then the children end up in a system that's not favorable where they lose their culture, their language, their identity. And as leaders, we have to stand up and do what's best for those people. We have to fight for them to make sure we're making a difference and providing every opportunity to change their lives. And again, I'm not just working for First Nations people. I'm working for, doesn't matter what race you are, how old you are, what color you are, where you come from. It's about people. And remember this analogy. When the children are growing up in a playground, they don't know race. They don't know color. They don't know age. They play and they have fun. It's the same process here. We all got to work together to make sure we make a difference in people's lives. And I'd rather sit in a meeting like this and work together instead of pointing fingers inside the media and say something's wrong. We need to do things different. We need to sit down like adults and show our young people that we can make a difference for people. And for me, that's the most important thing, because when we look at the direction of our leadership, it's to come here to build partnerships, to build relationships. All the programs and services that we do in the city of Saskatoon, we have 90 plus organizations that are part of Reconciliation Saskatoon, that are knocking down barriers of racism, knocking down barriers of poverty and neglect for First Nations children. And to me, that's the most meaningful part of why we're doing what we're doing. I want to make it very clear, though, today. Today is not about me as the tribal chief. It's about the children that we serve. It has to be what's best for the children that need to be brought home to their families. And I'll give you an example. In 1971 of January, I was born. 6 months into my life, my mother gave me to my great-grandparents. There was never a certificate on the wall that said I had to follow a system or my mom had to follow a system to give me to my great-grandparents. That's what we call kinship. We've lost that. A system that has been imposed on us has to be changed, and Bill C-92 helps that system change. Is it going to be perfect? Well, show me any bill that's perfect. I don't see any bill that's perfect. We can always amend and make things better. So when we talk about these kinds of issues and moving forward, I really want to focus on how we can really work together. That's the important thing that I want to say today, is building relationships and building partnerships over and over again. But understanding that we as First Nations people have the inherent and treaty right to take care of our children. It was never given up. And when I look back at the situations that occurred back in the day, when a child is taken now, we hear about Amber Alerts. Well, what was the Amber Alert when our kids were picked up from our First Nation in the back of a truck and taken to residential school? We have an ability to change that. And why I'm here today is not to come to you with a problem, but to come here with solutions. And based on what we've done in our work in Saskatchewan, we're moving mountains with solutions. And it's very important that we all work together as federal and provincial governments to make that happen for all children. And talk about how many kids we've saved. Since I've signed my agreement, I've kept 3 kids from being adopted, and 7 are going to be repatriated back to their community. Those are the numbers that I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. We now are moving to the Wet'suwet'en. Sorry, I had it good when I practiced. Chief Dora Wilson and Hereditary Chief Ronald Mitchell. Please start whenever you'd like.
Nije Jacoze Skyze. None Capria Ganani no Dufni, no Skaka Bayes Atlantic. I want to thank the First Nations whose land we're on, allowing us to speak of our children. Canada must honor commitments made specifically for Wet'suwet'en regarding child welfare jurisdiction, as the MOU, which was ratified in our feast hall October 2018 in Morristown. Conflict existing agreement means MOU prevails. Wet'suwet'en engagement and participation in changes to provincial and federal legislation could impact the work contemplated under the MOU. Wet'suwet'en engagement and participation on policy, practice, regulations, implementation after the bill is passed. Bureaucrats, lawyers will interpret narrowly. Need us to ensure broad, holistic interpretation. Jurisdiction provisions bring into force on the whole of these provisions are a step forward. Practice provisions do not bring into force. On the whole, these provisions are a step backwards, especially for BC in a recent CFCSA amendment. Much more work is needed by experienced grassroots community level practitioners. Best interests of the children. Too much discretion for social workers to interpret what this means based on a colonial Western concepts, values, and biases. Cultural safety must be explicit. Definition of caregiver places foster and biological parents on equal footing in court and child welfare system. On the whole, foster parents are equipped with far greater resources to advocate and navigate Western system than biological parents. Stronger ties. First Nations against one another rather than strengthening the circle around children. Intermarriages between nations is not new. Specifically, hereditary system is important of the role of a father clan. Flies in the face of a value multiculturalism in Canada. Unintended consequences. Stronger nation will get stronger through having resources, leadership to exercise jurisdiction. Struggling nations, smaller communities will likely struggle more with these practice provisions. This is contrary to Indigenous values and intent of preamble, which for all Indigenous children. We need that level, excuse me, playing field. And before I turn it over to my grandfather clan here, this bill, it's coming from me when I say this, that I'm a little bit concerned that this bill is being written without our input. That this, I could go to China or Germany and write a bill for them. That's how it seems to me. That this bill is written by people that don't know anything about us for our children. That concerns me. Thank you. Outside.
Samgigat Segamanak on Kabuelsu. My name is Yagalat. I'm from the House of Spock, the Giksan House, and of the Wolf Clan. And I'm a hereditary chief, but I'm also an elected chief. So the village that I come from is on our house territory, the House of Spock. And our membership is now 792, of which there's 2/3 living off reserve. They're everywhere, different provinces, even some in the States. But I think that one of the things that concerns me is that there are different acts and provisions that are made for our Aboriginal people, and a lot of times we're told only after the fact that these things have become law or whatever. And I think that one of the things that concerns me is the problem where we are dictated to right from birth to death. When I was born, I was number 68. When I got married to a non-native person, I was 121B. And lo and behold, in 85, I became C31. And afterwards, I was reinstated into my village, and I became 222. That's a headache remedy, you know. But, yeah, it's interesting that we've given so many numbers. Where else is that done? I just feel that one of the things that happened with our village, I feel, is a very unique village because we are the Giksan and the Wet'suwet'en in my village. The houses represented there and the clans represented there are almost equal. There's 9 houses of the Wet'suwet'en and 9 houses of the Giksan. And so how that came about is many, many years ago, there was an abundance of salmon coming up the river in a village that I come from. I was born and raised there. And people from the east used to come with and used to prepare their salmon in our canyon. That canyon is like 292 feet from the bridge above. There's a silver suspension bridge that goes across the river. And they used to come and do fishing there and then go back to their own village. But some stayed because I guess they saw some handsome people on either side, and there was some intermarriage done. So then we have like you're talking about two different nations that would be involved in this bill. Like with us, we have what is important to us, our feast hall, where all of our problems are taken there, and all of anything that happens within our culture is settled in that feast hall. And the Father Clan is a very expensive, very special group, where they are required to be always available to, like for me. In that case, he's also from my Father Clan. So it's interesting. And yet, I think that extended family is what really should be considered when you're thinking about children in care, because extended family, I feel, are the ones that should be the ones that would be considered first. But also sometimes, like now, especially now, well, when expenses are so high, those families sometimes have to have some extra help, which in my village we do, because I'll give you an example. I have a grandfather who's on pension, old age pension. He has 2 grandchildren who are orphans. And that's 11 years old and 8 years old, and he's looking after them, but we couldn't give him any help money-wise, but we were able to help him by putting in support worker to help out with looking after the children.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, we are moving on to our guest on the video conference, and Michelle Kenley, Deputy Minister of Health and Social Development. Welcome. You can start anytime you're ready.
Okay. I'm here today to provide a few thoughts on Bill C-92 and provide a perspective as a professional who's worked in the field for over 30 years in both child welfare and mental health, and for the past 15 years as Deputy Minister of the Department of Health and Social Development for Nunatsiavut Government. And that's in Labrador, in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. We represent about 7,000 beneficiaries. But perhaps more importantly, I'm an adoptive parent, a parent of a traditionally adopted daughter, a foster parent of approximately 19 children, and a step-parent of a daughter who now has her own foster daughter and my granddaughter. I've been intricately entwined in the child welfare system from both a personal and professional perspective for about 30 years. I would like to start by commending the drafters of BC 92, as I feel the legislation is much needed and is timely. The principles of the bill, the best interests of the child, cultural continuity, and substantive equality, are ones that the Nunatsiavut government fully support, and ones that have guided our own work within child welfare. I am pleased with the federal government that the federal government recognizes that a new approach is needed and are taking steps to empower decision-making by Indigenous governments, families, and communities. We have seen the impacts firsthand in our communities when children are removed from families and communities and assimilated into non-Indigenous families and communities by the best-intentioned caregivers and professionals often. We recognize that as an Indigenous government, we cannot simply criticize the current systems, but need to play an active role in addressing the issues and proposing solutions. Nunatsiavut government has taken a very proactive approach in addressing child welfare and is taking steps towards devolution. We've implemented Inuit-specific Bachelor of Social Work programs, a foster home recruitment and retention campaign with 2 social workers attached, supervised access for families with children in care. We've engaged in an Inuit child welfare review with the Child Youth Advocates Office within the province, which will be finalized by the 1st of June. We've taken an active role in consultations regarding the new Provincial Child and Youth Care and Protection Act and are a big part of a policy working group around that new act. We have created a position of Indigenous representative to carry out many of the duties that are listed in that new act around Indigenous children. We've developed an adoption protocol for Labrador Inuit children, and we exercise regularly our intervenor status in any adoption matters. We've developed a process for cultural continuity plans, and we've done a lot of training that we call Allies in Healing, focusing on intergenerational trauma and healing training for professionals, lawyers, child welfare, social workers, people involved in that system. And we also have created a Family Connections program, which is an intervention program that I'm going to speak a little bit to later. We've also carved out a portion of housing dollars received from the federal government to support families who are at risk of their children coming into care or potentially could have their children returned with appropriate housing and supports. Often we have been trailblazers and have struggled with having the province recognizing our role in advocating and supporting Inuit children, families, and communities, and the need for Indigenous social work practice has been challenging. So having the support of Bill C-92 would mean a lot to us. We generally have had to foot the bill for developing all of the above or have sought out project funding and initiatives. I'm not going to spend a lot of time speaking to the actual bill, as I think the intent and content for the most part are on track. However, I would like to speak to a key element that I think needs to be included in the legislation and is missing from our own provincial legislation as well, and that is preventing children from coming into care. Although not explicitly stated, this legislation seems to imply that the focus is on providing services when a child comes into care. The statement is, the best interests of the child must be a priority consideration in the making of decisions or the taking of actions in the context of provision of services in relation to an Indigenous child, and in the case of decisions or actions related to child apprehension, the best interests of the child must be a paramount consideration. The financial cost of having a child come into care is huge, and in a time of fiscal accountability, that alone should give folks cause to look at the system. As a foster parent, I receive $2,000 a month to care for my current foster child, plus child care and additional expenses. Imagine what a parent could do with half this amount of money: pay rent, pay heat and light bills, buy groceries, pay a babysitter for a short break. Often we're told that prevention is the responsibility of another department, education, public health, etc. But I'm speaking about specific, targeted interventions that will support families and prevent children from coming into care. Nunavut government has developed a model of prevention and intervention. We call it the Family Connections Program, and it has been funded under the National Family Violence Prevention Initiative for 3 years. As it was seen as a promising best practice, it's now been extended for an additional 3 years and is currently being evaluated. We believe the model has supported families, kept children out of care, reunited children with families, involved the extended family in planning for children, and with the addition of the creation of some supportive housing units, actually provided safe spaces for families. Within our communities, health and social service providers and their organizations intend to and strive to provide safe, effective, and appropriate services and programs to their Indigenous clients. However, the reality is that many Indigenous people have experienced their cultural identity, beliefs, and lifestyles maligned by non-Indigenous service providers. The result is that there is often low utilization of available resources. It's well known that people who need services the most often do not engage in those services, and when they do, it's with reluctance, and services are provided many times as a one-off. In the past, service providers have often advised families what they need to do, but this model allows families to advise service providers what they need help doing. Sometimes seemingly small things create stress: an unexpected expense, a family illness, a child having issues at school, paying a phone bill, a hydro bill, buying winter clothing, family contact, financial issues of many kinds, and add up to an incident of relapse, addictions, and family violence. To effect change, strong relationships must be created which are supportive, non-judgmental, value every member in the family, and do not exclude, fragment, or isolate individual family members. Interdisciplinary practice is an approach and philosophy that considers the family as a holistic unit. The Western response to family violence and/or dysfunction seems to be counterintuitive to the Inuit way of life. Generally, women and children leave the home and enter a shelter, which provides short-term safety. Counseling supports are offered to individual family members. Men often become involved in the justice system. As the cycle continues, all too often, families are further fractured by children being placed in care. History repeats itself by once again families becoming fragmented and dislocated, this time by family violence and addictions. While it is recognized that there will be times when families cannot remain together, with appropriate supports, interagency collaborations, and community and cultural supports, family healing becomes possible.
Minute
It is
remaining.
felt that, okay, thanks. It's felt that by providing direct services into homes, families can stay together and fewer children will come into care. My last point is that any legislation must come into effect with appropriate financial resources to make it effective. This doesn't necessarily mean more money, perhaps a more flexible way of using resources. For example, we have new provincial legislation coming into effect in June, and it's much improved. However, they've identified a large role for an Indigenous representative for ensuring cultural continuity, engaging Indigenous governments, etc. But the expectation is that Indigenous governments will carry this role with no financial resources given. Potentially having this position will mean fewer children coming into care, leaving their community or returning to families more quickly, so the upfront cost is minimal in the scheme of things. Thanks for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. And our final presenter, Mr. Peter Hogue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I must say that this is a very new experience for me, this topic, and it's a great privilege to hear from the three chiefs who have just spoken, and the person who's just spoken, who I don't think is a chief, but is extremely knowledgeable. So that's been very, very helpful. One thing I can say that I think is important is the Act is constitutional. I don't think anyone would suggest for a minute that it was not constitutional, but the power over Indians and lands reserved for the Indians would clearly cover this kind of this kind of legislation. I have not had any experience with this particular topic. I have worked very closely with some First Nations, in particular the Yukon First Nations, because I helped them to negotiate a land claims agreement and a self-government agreement, and that was one of the most gratifying experiences of my life, and I spent a great deal of time in the Yukon and working with the Yukon First Nations. But my experience with Aboriginal people has really been quite limited, in particular the kind of family problems which this Act is hoping to greatly address. is not something that I can say anything about very much, I don't think. It seems the principles behind the bill seem to be very sound, and I have nothing to offer in the way of criticism. There is nothing in the bill, as several speakers have mentioned, about resources. And so, for example, there is no provision for a caregiver, there's nothing in the bill, for a caregiver to be remunerated for that work. And I would have thought that in many situations that would be an important thing. And if resources are not made available for that, then I think a lot will not happen. So that'd be one suggestion that I would make, that there should be resources made available, and that should enable, for example, caregivers to be remunerated, which I think would be very good. I think that's probably all I can say, Madam Chair, and I'll be happy to chime in response to questions or...
Okay, great, thank you. We're going to begin the questioning part of the session. 7 minutes to MP Will Amos.
Madam Chair, thank you to our witnesses. This has been actually, I would agree with Professor Hogg, illuminating. Sorry, I'll speak up. My question is a follow on our discussion, which commenced Tuesday around the division of powers topic. I think there is additional testimony that's required on this topic, in particular because Professor Newman from Saskatchewan raised the issue of the prospect of court challenges around Section 7 of the bill, particularly as regards the specific reference to the provinces. So I wonder, Professor Hogg, on this particular legal question, what are your views as regards the appropriateness of this legislation referring directly to provinces, and does that jeopardize in any fashion the vires of the bill?
Well, I am not knowledgeable, as I have acknowledged, but it seems obvious to me that there is a need, or a perception of a need, for legislation of this kind, and that it would be very helpful, I think, to enact the legislation with the resources that would be necessary to make it effective. And I can't see any disadvantages in doing that.
I want to push a bit further on this. Have you encountered federal legislation, where specific reference is made to the provinces, where they're identified as another, as an order of government impacted by legislation? Because what I understood from Professor Newman's comments was that it was the prospect of this legislation being in some way, shape, or form binding upon them could cause difficulties down the road.
Binding on whom?
governments.
On provincial governments.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the legislation purports to be binding on provinces, but as the chiefs have pointed out in this panel before me, surely there is a role for a cooperation between provinces, federal government, and Aboriginal governments. And I think putting the pieces together in a way that is useful and fruitful obviously won't be as easy as all that, but I think that will be the key to success.
Okay. In the 2013 edition of your volume, Constitutional Law of Canada, which is the most recent version I've seen. I'm sure there are more up-to-date versions. You indicate your support for the view that Parliament can legislate as regards Indigenous peoples, and I'll quote, even if the laws would ordinarily be outside of federal competence. In other words, within provincial competence for non-Indigenous persons.
The power over the language is rather archaic now from 1867, but the power over Indians and lands reserved for the Indians is not limited to things that are under other federal heads of power, and so it is a rather unique power, and it does capture a lot of powers that are thought of as provincial powers, property and civil rights, that sort of thing, and that has turned out to be very useful. That it's not a narrow power; it's a wide power, and coupled with some cooperative assistance from other levels of government, I can see that this could be good.
With my remaining minute, I wonder, would you agree that this would be an area where the constitutional doctrine of the double aspect would be applicable, in the sense that up until now, the federal government no federal government has previously attempted to legislate in this area of child welfare, leaving it effectively to the field of provincial law, and to the extent that there were agreements made with with nations, Indigenous peoples, then that was taken care of in that manner. Now a new framework is being set up so that Indigenous peoples can assume entire control, giving it both then a federal, well, actually sort of a triple aspect, if you would, Indigenous, federal, and provincial. Would you agree?
It's going to be for Parliament to decide whether this statute is one that should be supported. I would have thought that it should be, but I can certainly understand that there would be people who would say that family law is a provincial matter, and we shouldn't be encroaching on that. But I don't think that's the right approach with respect to Aboriginal people and Indigenous people.
Thank you. Questioning now moves to MP Kevin Waugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with Mr. Hogue, and then I'll go through others here in the panel. You mentioned funding. If you had to write a requirement for funding into this bill, what would it look like?
Even if you didn't have a specific number, you could put into the bill that the resources would be provided by the federal government for the needs of the implementation of the Act. And so even if you didn't have an actual number, an assurance from the federal government that there would be funding available to, as necessary, to carry out the purposes of the bill.
So you've helped the Yukon First Nation, and just take their lens into this bill. You helped them with when you were up there for a
Yes.
while.
Yes.
So how would you think they would react to this bill today?
Well, I was thinking about that myself because in the course of negotiating, and of course I wasn't one of the negotiators, but I was one of the helpers, I don't recall any discussion of these topics in the negotiations, and the land claims agreement is a book-size document. It's a very substantial piece, and so it covers a lot of stuff, resources and the land but it didn't move into this area at all, and none of the I don't know, but maybe that some of the negotiators did think about it, but if they did, they didn't say anything about it.
Thank you for your time. I'm going to move over to Chief Mark Arcand. Your testimony has been completely different from what we have heard from Indigenous groups in my province, especially groups like the FSIN. We've heard from the Saskatchewan Aboriginal Women's Circle here today. Let's start there. There has been countless articles in the papers in my province on this, all not supporting the provincial government, and yet today you come out and reverse what has been said in both the Leader Post and the Star Phoenix and other papers, and what we heard here this morning. So maybe if you could comment on that.
Well, I guess, first of all, thank you for the question, and thank you for raising it, because at the end of the day, this is why our chiefs of the Saskatoon Tribal Council don't allow anybody to speak on their behalf, because they are not the rights holder of the children of those communities. The rights holders are the nation-to-nation agreement holders, which are the chiefs. So in their support in regards to our regional office, which is FSIN, they don't have the ability to sign agreements on behalf of my nation. I don't have the ability to sign, and I'm the tribal chief of those nations. I bring it to them, so they agree to decide if they want to sign agreements with the provincial government. I said earlier in my testimony that Premier Scott Moe called our agreement a historic agreement, because never in our province have we ever had a signing like we did for reconciliation for child welfare agreement. So we're actually partners. They will not dictate to us. We will not dictate to them. We will work together to what's best for the children. A lot of our, I guess, other First Nations in our communities, I can't speak on their behalf, but if they choose not to work with the government, children might fall through the cracks. But I guarantee you our children are not going to fall through the cracks, because we are going to put every measure in place to make sure those children, our safety is first and primary. And we're proud of the fact that we built that relationship. Like I said earlier, in June of 2016, we didn't have nothing. We had no funding for our kids. And the province took our agency away. And we're okay with that. But we built it back up to be hopefully creating a model for the rest of the Canada to follow, to say we have to work with everybody in the room, province, federal government, and making sure that we can do this together. So I'm very proud to say, and I'll say it again, and I'll publicly say it, former Minister Jane Philpott and current Minister O'Regan are supporting this bill. And I say in our province, Minister Paul Merriman and Premier Scott Moe have worked with the Saskatoon Tribal Council and their chiefs to make sure that this is done properly. So if other organizations are coming here and stating that they don't have a good working relationship with our province, that's on them. But I think for us, we can lead the way by example by making sure we're making a difference for different children.
Thank you. I just want to go to video conference very quickly to you, Michelle. You mentioned family healing in your address. How would you amend the bill to add more focus on family healing?
I think that I would amend it so that there is an element of preventing children from coming into care as opposed to just dealing with children once they enter the child welfare system as children in care. I can just tell you very simply, the program that we have in place costs about $300,000 a year. That's not a huge amount of money. When we look at placing one child in a therapeutic foster home is almost equivalent to that. And we've had a large number of children return home. We've been able to find kinship care arrangements. We've been able to do a whole lot of things with that small amount of money. So I just think that it provides better care for children. It keeps them in their Indigenous communities. It promotes all of the values in the Act. And I think besides that, it's cost effective.
Good. Thank you. My time's up.
Good. And now we move to MP Rachel Blaney.
And I'm going to pass it on to Georgina.
Thank you. I want to ask the three leaders, if we can. C-92 is the framework legislation. Funding is not in the legislation. We have heard from many witnesses that although a dollar amount does not make sense in the legislation, there should be clear principles of funding in the legislation. Can you share your thoughts on what that may look like, the three of you, if you can? And this lady, sorry. I'm sorry, Michelle.
Okay.
Great question. I look at this and I say it should be statutory funding for all First Nations. Now, people can take in the context what that means, but for me, we have a lot of ability. So again, I'll say it at the Saskatoon Tribal Council. We're looking at repatriating 300 kids back to our communities. So there's a need to look at housing immediately, because if we bring kids back to families, that could turn into overcrowding, right? So how do we deal with that? Well, as both governments, provincial and federally, we got to really support that change in regards to bringing children home if this is what the bill is meant to do. And as part of the framework, I agree that anybody can put a dollar amount in there, but it's going to be amended to the needs of each community as to what they're doing and how they're doing things. Because communities are at different paces. And some are ahead, some are behind, and I feel at the Saskatoon Tribal Council we're very far ahead with our partnership with the province. And that the fact that I said earlier, we've stopped 3 kids from being adopted, and 7 are being repatriated back home to that community. So there's going to be some funding asks that are not part of the bill that are going to have to meet the needs of those kids to stay inside of the community. So statutory funding for me is very key, and it should be, there might be some differences of what that looks like, but I think we all have to address those needs and put the resources where they're required to make that difference. Because if you look at it, my goal is to shut down child welfare for the Saskatoon Tribal Council. I don't want no children in care. They shouldn't be in care. And how do we do that? Well, by preventing and putting in some policies and some procedures to make sure that those children and those families get every help that they need to make a difference in that child's life.
Thank you. I think when we look at that, to me, we look at it holistically. We look at the education, as he mentioned, also housing, infrastructure, all that as a whole. Because right now, as it is, there's a lot of cutbacks in our community with the funding that comes in from the federal government. So I think that when we look at this child welfare, it affects education, housing that are affected. When the kids are, we still have a long list of people waiting for their houses to be built. Right now, they're going to the banks, getting funding from the banks to build houses. And education, they're getting more strict. More or less, a lot of our kids that graduate are on a waiting list because of the cutbacks. So when we talk about our children, we're talking about them all the way to adult. Language and culture is important, grounding them. Those are the areas that need to look at in terms of healing, reconnecting them to who we are as Wet'suwet'en and Gitxsan. So that's my take on this, the funding, it's holistically. Thank you.
Chief Dora?
Make me wonder how our ancestors survived over 15,000 years before the Indian Act came about. A lot of changes have happened over just my lifetime. So many, and I think that a lot of the sharing that used to go on, a lot of it doesn't happen anymore because of the changes that have been going on past 150 years. And funding, I feel that one of the things that we do is, like I mentioned before, the grandfather raising his 2 orphaned grandchildren. There, I think help can be provided if he doesn't have an extended family that can go in and help, that we provide at least that support help for the children. Not only that, it's amazing to me that off-reserve caregivers get 3 times the amount of funding for each child. How did that come about? How is that amount determined to be the proper amount? Because the same needs are needed on reserve as it is off. You still have to provide all those different things like roof over the head and clothing, food. And it makes me wonder how it even existed without these, because there used to be a lot of sharing amongst the people. And as you know, that is why there is a lot of people that settled in this country, because of our people being so generous and sharing our country. At one time, we had plenty of wildlife. A lot of our resources have been depleted. Like, for example, in my village, our canyon where the people used to come for their salmon and that was plenty, but the Department of Fisheries and Oceans blew up the rock in our river and destroyed the fisheries, so that we have to go and try and get our salmon elsewhere. And then, of course, the Department of Fisheries have their agents following us around, ready to shoot us or whatever if we get salmon from another area.
Chief Wilson.
And then also the wildlife. There's the wildlife. The habitat of the wildlife has been totally disrupted by all of the resources that have been ripped off the land. The resources have just done away with the resort, the habitat of the animals. This is why you see animals coming closer and closer to town.
Right.
In Vancouver, the bears are even coming into their houses. And you can see
Ms.
why,
Wilson.
because you can see the houses going further and further up that mountain. Who sold them that mountain?
Thank you very much for your comments. Very interesting. We need to wrap up a bit because there's been a request for a few minutes to go into camera. But maybe we can give you a few minutes, Mike, if you MP.
I just have one quick question that
Okay.
I wanted to ask for Professor Hogue. I apologize if I mispronounced that. In the NIL/TU, O case, the Supreme Court recently ruled on a labor relation dispute within an Indigenous child welfare agency. It's been shown that in Natural Parents, the court states that Parliament can legislate on provincial jurisdictions related to Indigenous people as long as the law is limited to Indigenous people. Would you like to comment on that, and how relevant is this case to Bill C-92?
Could you repeat that? I'm not sure that I caught the thrust of it.
The Supreme Court had ruled that Parliament can legislate on provincial jurisdiction related to Indigenous people as long as the law is limited to Indigenous peoples, right? And can and that was in the NIL/TU, O case, and another related case. But how relevant would you say that case is to Bill C-92 from a jurisdictional standpoint?
This C-92 is a good example of this because the bill talks about various expressions, but the act is all about Indigenous people, and yet I have no doubt whatsoever that an act respecting children, youth, and families is within Parliament's jurisdiction in this area, and that does provide the justification for the power over Indians and lands reserved for the Indians does provide the power for this kind of legislation.
Thank you so much, Professor.
I noticed if you wanted to, I think that our representative from Saskatchewan wanted to throw something in. I don't know if you want to.
It's not pertaining to that. It's just an amendment, so I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if I just give this to you after, or would you like me to read it in the record?
I did have one more question I'd like to ask Michelle, if possible.
All right. This will be your last one.
Yeah, Michelle, I wanted to ask a question around, and we heard this from ITK as well, around how can we better support communities in gathering data, because we know that there's a shortage of data in this whole process. So how can we better do that?
I think we're probably a little bit more fortunate than some other Inuit regions in that we have a memorandum of understanding with the Newfoundland and Labrador government around some data sharing. But I think with the new review that we've just completed with the Child Youth Advocate, a lot of that data is coming forward too, and the recommendation that more of it has to be shared with us. In response to the last question that was asked around finances, I would say that's a huge gap. Like when you ask what we think would be required as finances to implement this bill, we have no data around what is spent basically on our children in care. That's a huge gap for us. but the number of children in care, those kinds of things are fairly good. The one thing I will say is that often children who come into care early don't have beneficiary status, and social workers are not aware and don't apply for that status. So we do miss children in that regard.
Well, and I guess that's why I was asking the question, is because what kind of guidance could you give to other Indigenous communities around that data gathering process, and what procedures could be put in place in order to achieve that better?
I think one of the things that I would
based on the
recommend
MOU that you have.
Yeah, one of the things that I would say is very important is that we don't just ask on forms within government if a child is Indigenous or if they're Inuit. We really need to go back and ask those questions about the parents, because if one parent is Inuit, then that should be cueing social workers to make an application or to seek further whether the child is an Indigenous child. So right from the time a child comes into contact with social workers, questions should be asked not just about the child, but about the birth parents of the child as well.
Okay, I believe that we have a recommendation from Mark. You're going to send that in to the clerk, and that will be for our consideration. I want to thank you. To all of our guests, a special thank you for participating. Miigwech, have a great day. And your comments and views will be taken very seriously by the committee and in the public record. Thank you so much. Meeting adjourned.